Hello everyone and welcome back to the Horror Hut. Before you drift off, it would be a nice idea if you could leave a comment to let me know where you are listening from. Please don't forget to give the video a like and subscribe to the channel. Right, let's get comfy and relaxed, and let's begin. Story 1, Silent Watchers, Unblinking Eyes at Night. The highway was a ribbon of black glass cutting through the night, and the gas station sat like a forgotten rest stop in the middle of nowhere, its flickering neon sign buzzing faintly against the dark. I pulled my car into the cracked asphalt lot, the tires crunching over loose gravel and old cigarette butts. The air was sharp with the scent of burnt rubber and something faintly sour, maybe spoiled milk left too long in the fridge. It was the kind of place that didn't invite you in, but you stopped anyway because, well, there wasn't much choice. I'd been doing the night shifts there for just over 2 weeks. Me, a few broken shelves stocked with stale candy, and the attendants who never said a word. Not once. Never a hello or thanks. Just eyes. I still can't explain it. Watching. Always watching. My first night, I thought it was a joke. Maybe they were shy, or maybe they just didn't like strangers. But it didn't take long for the silence to start feeling off. The way their eyes didn't blink. Not once. It was like they were part of the walls, or maybe the flickering fluorescent light overhead, too tired to move, but somehow too alert to ignore you. One guy, he never moved, just stood behind the counter, hands folded, staring like he was waiting for something. Like they all were. I thought I was imagining it at first. Maybe I was just tired. Coffee didn't help. The gas station's old filter machine gurgled and sputtered, and the bitter taste stuck to my tongue. Outside, the wind pulled at the loose edges of the building's peeling paint, rattling a sign somewhere. A dog barked once, sharp and distant. Then silence. Complete silence. I'd caught myself glancing at the attendants more times than I wanted to admit. Once, I swore one of them blinked. But when I looked closer, no, that was wrong. Their eyes were too still, like painted glass. A trick of the light, maybe. But it got under my skin. Tonight was no different. I pulled the door open, the bell tinkling softly. The cold hit me in the face, sharp and wrong. Inside, the place smelled like stale coffee and old plastic. The fluorescent lights hummed overhead, one flickering erratically. The attendants stood behind the counter, their faces blank, eyes wide and unblinking. I tried the usual routine. "Evening," I said, voice low, trying not to sound like I was talking to mannequins. No response. Just those eyes. Watching. I shuffled over to the coffee machine, the handle cold and sticky under my fingers. The drip filled the pot with a slow, uneven splatter. I poured myself a cup, the bitter smell rising like a bad omen. The heat seeped into my hands, but it didn't warm anything inside me. The clock on the wall ticked. The second hand jerked forward, uneven, like it was struggling to keep time. A moth fluttered against the glass of the window, then rested, wings spread, unmoving. Outside, the wind had picked up, rattling the sign louder now. I tried to focus on the mundane details, the worn linoleum floor, the faded posters advertising car washes and snack deals, but my eyes kept drifting back to those attendants. There was something about the way they held themselves, too still, too quiet. Like they were waiting for me to do something wrong. To slip up. Maybe I was paranoid. Maybe I was just tired. But I couldn't shake the feeling that the watching was something else. Something worse. I glanced at the clock again. Just past midnight. The night stretched ahead, long and empty. Then, without warning, one of the attendants moved. It wasn't a blink. Not a twitch. Just a slow, deliberate turn of the head. the eyes still wide, still unblinking, locked onto mine. "Do you need anything?" I asked, voice barely above a whisper. No answer. Just that cold stare. My hands trembled. I set the coffee cup down with a clink that sounded too loud in the quiet. "Okay," I said, forcing a smile I didn't feel. "Just checking." The attendant's gaze didn't waver. The silence pressed in, thick and heavy. I wanted to leave. I wanted to run. But something kept me there, rooted to the spot. Curiosity? Fear? Maybe both. I told myself it was just a job. A place to kill time between shifts. But as I looked back at those eyes, I realized it wasn't just waiting. It was watching. And whatever it was waiting for, I was the only one who didn't know the rules. The night was far from over. And I had a feeling I wasn't going to like what came next. The streetlights flickered, casting erratic shadows that danced around us like restless spirits. I swallowed hard, trying to steady my breathing, my pulse hammering in my ears louder than the distant hum of the city. The figure's gaze held me captive, unblinking and unreadable, as if it carried a message they dared not speak aloud. A sudden gust of wind rattled the nearby trash cans, breaking the spell for a moment, but the unease lingered. I shifted my weight, weighing the risk of moving against the terror of staying. Every instinct screamed at me to flee, yet my feet felt glued to the cracked pavement. Somewhere deep down, I sensed that leaving might be the easier choice, but not the safer one. The night's shadows seemed to swell and pulse, hinting at secrets just beyond reach, and I knew that whatever was coming next wouldn't just change my night, it might change everything. The streetlights kept sputtering, their yellow glow stuttering like a bad signal, and the shadows they cast twisted into shapes I couldn't quite name. I glanced back at the gas station, its flickering neon sign buzzing tiredly. The attendants were still there, behind the counter, unmoving. No blinking. No words. Just those hollow eyes. I had to know more. Inside, the air, cold and heavy with silence, was thick with the scent of stale coffee and cleaning chemicals. The fluorescent lights overhead hummed softly, the one in the corner flickered like a warning. I rubbed my hands on my jeans, trying to shake the chill that wasn't entirely from the night air. "Hey," I said, voice low, almost a whisper, not wanting to break whatever spell held the attendants in place. "Can you tell me why you don't speak? Or blink?" Silence. Complete silence. No reaction. No twitch. Their eyes stayed locked on me, unblinking, like they were waiting for me to make some mistake. I swallowed hard. My hands trembled slightly, but I forced myself to keep looking. I stepped closer to the counter, tilting my head. Is this some kind of game? A soft scrape came from the back room, metal dragging against concrete, and my head snapped to the sound. No one else was around. It was just me and these two statues behind the counter, and whatever else was lurking in the shadows. I tried to steady my breath, the stale air filling my lungs, tasting faintly of burnt coffee and old cigarette smoke. The fluorescent light flickered again, casting the room in a stuttered glow. My skin prickled. I scanned the shelves behind the counter, looking for anything out of place. There. A notebook, half hidden behind a stack of lottery ticket booklets. The edges were worn, pages dog-eared and stained with what looked like coffee rings. I reached for it, my fingers brushing the rough paper. The attendants didn't flinch. Not even a blink. I flipped it open. Scribbled lines filled with dates and times, weird notations beside each entry. Some were crossed out, others circled. I couldn't make sense of it right away, but it looked like a log. A record. Of what? I didn't know yet. "What is this?" I asked, voice barely audible. Still no answer. The silence pressed down on me, thick and suffocating, like the room itself was holding its breath. I looked back at the attendants. They were watching me now, still without blinking, their faces blank but their eyes sharp and unyielding. I could almost hear the unspoken words between them, a language made of cold stares and quiet threats. I closed the notebook and slid it back into place, heart thudding hard. I needed a break. Some fresh air. Outside, the wind had picked up, carrying the faint sound of a dog barking somewhere down the empty road. The night smelled of wet asphalt and something else I couldn't place, something metallic and faintly sour. I lit a cigarette, the flame catching on the first try. The smoke curled lazily, filling my lungs with bitter warmth. I tried to steady my shaking hands, but the jitters wouldn't go away. I thought about the notebook again. The dates. The times. Someone was keeping track of something important. Maybe dangerous. I had to find out what. As I finished the cigarette, a sudden noise made me jump, a low, almost inaudible tapping on the window beside the gas pumps. I turned sharply, heart racing, but saw nothing. Just the empty road and the flickering streetlights. No one there. I rubbed my eyes, wondering if I was imagining things. Inside the station, the attendants still sat motionless, eyes locked on me like they were daring me to crack. I stepped back in, closing the door behind me with a soft click. The temperature felt colder now, or maybe it was just me. My skin crawled. "Look, I don't know what's going on here," I said, voice shaking more than I wanted. "But I'm not leaving until I understand." No response. I paced behind the counter, trying to think. The notebook was a clue, but what did it mean? What were they waiting for? Some slip-up? Some rule I didn't know? I glanced at the security monitor mounted on the wall. The grainy black and white feed showed the pumps and the surrounding lot. Empty. Too empty. Then, a flicker on the screen. Movement near the far edge of the lot. A shadow. Just for a second. I leaned in, squinting, heart pounding. The shadow shifted, then vanished. I blinked. The attendants didn't. A cold realization settled in. This wasn't about a game. Or a prank. It was something else. Something calculated. I needed to find out what. I tried the small office door behind the counter. Locked. Of course. I rattled the handle. No luck. Whoever was running this place didn't want me poking around back there. I remembered the old payphone mounted near the pumps, its receiver cracked and yellowed. Maybe it still worked. Maybe I could call someone. Anyone. Outside again, cold air stinging my cheeks. The payphone felt rough in my hand. I lifted the receiver. Dial tone. A faint, crackling buzz. I punched in a number I barely remembered, a coworker's cell, a friend from my last job. No answer. Just a dead end. I hung up, frustration settling in like a stone in my gut. The attendants watched me from the window as I re-entered, faces unreadable. I caught one of them, the younger one maybe, studying me with that impossible gaze. No blink. No word. I forced myself to smile, a weak, awkward thing. "You've got to give me something," I said. "Anything." The older attendant finally moved slightly, just a tilt of the head, the smallest shift of an eyelid. A crack in the mask. My breath caught. "I'm not here to cause trouble," I added quickly. "I just want to understand." Silence again, heavy and complete. Then, the phone behind the counter rang. Sharp, jarring, slicing through the stillness. I jumped. Both attendants looked at it, still expressionless, still unblinking. I hesitated, then picked it up. Hello? Static. Then a voice, low and cold, almost mechanical. You shouldn't be here. The line went dead. The cold knot in my stomach tightened. This was no ordinary gas station. No ordinary night. I looked at the attendants again, their eyes glinting in the flickering light. Waiting. Watching. And now, so was I. The line went dead. I held the receiver to my ear a moment longer, listening for anything, breath, footsteps, a click. Nothing. The silence was worse than the static that had come before. I glanced at the two attendants. They hadn't moved. Not a blink. Not a twitch. Just those eyes empty, sharp, waiting. It was as if the phone call had been a signal, a trigger nobody else was allowed to hear. The air inside the station felt colder suddenly, like the warmth had been sucked out through some unseen vent. My hands trembled, fingers tightening around the receiver. I lowered it slowly and set it back on the cradle with a clack that sounded too loud in the stillness. I don't know what that was, I said, voice too loud, cracking at the edges. But it's not normal. The older attendant's head tilted just a fraction, the slightest hint of a movement, almost mocking. I caught the younger one's gaze again. No blink. No acknowledgement. Just that impossible, unreadable stare. I swallowed hard. Look, I'm not leaving. Not until I get some answers. The older attendant finally spoke, voice low and gravelly, breaking the silence like a rough stone tossed into a glass pond. You're already too deep in. The words hit me like a punch. Too deep? What did that mean? I glanced around the cramped room, the faint hum of the flickering fluorescent light overhead, the smell of stale coffee and gasoline mixing with something metallic, iron, maybe? I rubbed my palms against my jeans, trying to steady myself. Too deep for what? I asked. The attendant shrugged slowly as if the answer was obvious but unworthy of explanation. You can't just walk away now. Not without consequences. A bead of sweat tracked down my temple. I forced myself to stay still, to think. The station was isolated, miles from the nearest town, no cell signal that I'd noticed, and now a cold warning from a voice I couldn't place. The idea of turning back felt impossible. Like the moment I'd stepped into this place, I'd crossed some invisible line. The younger attendant shifted slightly, the faintest sound of fabric brushing against plastic. I caught my breath. Are you saying I'm trapped? No reply. Only that gaze, unblinking and waiting. I looked toward the door. Outside, the night was thick and impenetrable. The highway stretched empty in both directions. I could almost feel the vast silence pressing in, like the night itself was waiting for me to slip up. Then, something caught my eye, a reflection in the cracked window behind the counter. A figure, standing just beyond the dim halo of the street lamp, watching. Not moving. Not blinking either. I blinked. No, 2 blinks. The figure didn't. Who's out there? I asked, voice barely a whisper. The older attendant didn't answer. Instead, he reached under the counter and pulled out a thick envelope, yellowed with age and worn at the edges. He slid it across the counter toward me, fingers still steady, expression unchanged. I hesitated. The envelope was heavy in my hands. No markings. No name. Just that weight, like it held something important, something that could change everything. My heart hammered in my chest as I peeled it open. Inside, a single sheet of paper. Typed words, neatly aligned but chilling in their simplicity. You are not the first to come here. You will not be the last. The Watchers see everything. They wait for the moment you let your guard down. There is no leaving. Only becoming part of the silence. My breath caught. I read it twice, then a third time. The cold knot in my stomach tightened. This was no ordinary place. No ordinary people. The attendants weren't just silent watchers, they were warnings. Guardians of something I couldn't yet name. I looked back up. The younger attendant's eyes were fixed on me, unblinking, watching for my reaction. Becoming part of the silence? I repeated, voice trembling. What does that even mean? The older man leaned forward slightly. You've seen the empty roads, the quiet nights. People come through here, sometimes by accident, sometimes because they're looking for something they can't name. His voice dropped to a whisper. Once you stay, the station changes you. I wish I were making this up. You learn to watch, to wait, to never blink. I swallowed hard. You're saying I'm supposed to stay here? Like you? He nodded slowly. There's no way out. Not anymore. I felt the world shift beneath me, the floor tilting just slightly, threatening to swallow me whole. I thought of the highway, empty, endless. Of the distant dog barking somewhere beyond the tree line, a sound that suddenly felt like a plea. I thought of the phone call, the cold, mechanical voice telling me I shouldn't be here. Of the figure in the darkness, still watching. I wanted to run, to tear open the door and disappear into the night. But I knew it was useless. I was trapped, caught in a web I couldn't see. The younger attendant took a step back. For the first time, his mouth moved, forming words without sound. I saw the shape of the phrase clearly, "Don't go." But I was already reaching for the door handle. My fingers brushed the cool metal. I pulled. Locked. The latch wouldn't budge. Panic bubbled up, hot and sharp. I pounded the door with my fists. Let me out. I shouted. No answer. The older attendant moved behind the counter and flipped a switch. The flickering fluorescent light steadied, bathing the room in harsh white. I looked around, searching for anything, any escape route, any sign of weakness. Nothing. Then a new sound, soft, rhythmic, almost like breathing. It wasn't mine. It wasn't theirs. It came from somewhere deeper in the station, behind a door I hadn't noticed before, half hidden in shadow. I stepped toward it, every nerve screaming at me to turn back. The air grew colder still, the smell sharper, like dust and rust and something I couldn't place, something old. I reached out and touched the doorknob. It was icy, slick beneath my palm. Behind me, the attendants remained silent, watching. I realized then I no longer had a choice. Whatever was behind the door was part of this place. Part of what kept them silent and unblinking. And now, part of me. I twisted the knob. The door creaked open. The darkness inside seemed to lean forward, waiting. And I stepped in. The door swung open slower than I expected, the rusty hinges groaning like they hadn't been disturbed in years. I stepped inside. The floor was uneven, coated with a thin layer of dust that didn't settle so much as cling. My boots made no sound, but I could feel the gravel beneath the concrete, gritty and loose. I glanced back, half expecting the attendants to be right there, still watching, but the door was shut tight behind me. Silence. I flicked on my phone's flashlight. The beam cut through the black like an item, but the room, with its faint smell of dust and decay, seemed to swallow the light whole. The walls were cracked plaster, mottled with stains, Patches where paint had peeled away, revealing raw brick underneath. There was no furniture, no sign of use, just a bare space, like a forgotten cellar. But then, a faint hum began, barely audible at first, like a distant engine idling. I strained to listen. The sound came from a corner where the beam wavered. I moved closer, my breath uneven, the air growing colder still. The hum sharpened, rhythm picking up, like a pulse. I reached out, fingers trembling, and touched the wall. It was damp. I traced the edge of a panel, loose and warped with age. My fingers found a small latch hidden beneath peeling wallpaper. I pulled it open. A narrow passage yawned behind, descending steeply. The smell changed, got thicker, more pungent. I hesitated. The air was heavy with something sour, like sour milk mixed with rust. I could hear the faintest scraping, like nails on rough stone, but it might have been my imagination. I swallowed again and took the first step down. The stairwell was narrow, claustrophobic. My light flickered, threatened to die, making the shadows jitter and dance. The walls closed in cold, damp stone, slick with moisture. Every step echoed, but the sound felt wrong, like it bounced in on itself and distorted. I felt my pulse thudding in my throat louder than the scraping noise now, which had grown louder, sharper. No longer distant. Halfway down, I stopped. The noise wasn't scraping, no. It was breathing. Shallow, ragged breathing. Not mechanical, but human. I swallowed, my mouth dry, fingers curling around the phone tighter. I thought about turning back, but the door above was locked now, and the attendant's eyes burned behind the counter, unblinking and waiting. I had to know. At the bottom, the passage opened into a small room, lit only by the dying beam from my phone. The space was cramped and smelled like decay. Against one wall was an old mattress, stained and torn. There was a thin blanket folded at the foot, frayed and yellowed. The floor was littered with empty food wrappers, crushed soda cans. Someone had been here, had lived here, or was still here. The breathing came from the shadows near the mattress. I stepped forward, heart hammering, every nerve screaming to bolt. And then I saw him. A man, crouched low, eyes wide and unblinking, staring at me through a filthy face. His skin was pale, almost translucent under the dim light, and his clothes hung off him like rags. He didn't move, didn't blink, just watched with a kind of hollow intensity that felt like it was reaching into my chest. "Hey," I said, voice cracking. "Are you okay? Do you need help?" No answer. Just that quiet, steady breathing. The kind that's waiting, watching, like it's trying to decide what to do next. I swallowed hard and tried again, softer. "You're not alone. I'm not here to hurt you." His lips twitched, almost forming a smile. Or a grimace. I couldn't tell. Then, slowly, he raised one hand and pointed at something behind me. I spun around. The door was gone. Where the stairwell should have been, there was only a solid wall. Smooth, unbroken plaster that seemed freshly painted, almost glowing faintly under the phone's light. My stomach dropped. I turned back to the man, but he was gone. Just empty shadows now. Panic clawed at me. I ran to the wall, pressed my hands against it. Cold. Real. No door, no passage, nothing but the wall. I backed away, heart pounding so loud I thought it might burst. The breathing returned, but now it was all around me, echoing in the small room, in my head. I turned in circles, searching for another exit, any sign of escape. Then the door at the top creaked open. The attendants. Still silent. Still unblinking. And now, something else. A figure stepped through the threshold behind them, partly hidden in the shadows. Taller than the others, a thin outline, face indistinct but eyes gleaming with that same empty patience. Watching. I swallowed again. My legs trembled. I wanted to scream, to run, to do anything but stand there with my back to the wall. One attendant moved forward, slowly, deliberately, eyes fixed on me like a predator sizing its prey. The cold seeped into my bones, the smell of rust and dust mixing with fear so thick I could taste it on my tongue. "Why won't you blink?" I asked, voice barely a whisper. No answer. A cold smile cracked across the new figure's face, slow and deliberate, like a secret I wasn't meant to understand. I stepped back and stumbled over something on the floor. It was a small notebook, its cover worn and stained. I picked it up, fingers shaking, and flipped through pages filled with neat, obsessive handwriting. Names. Dates. Notes about arrivals at the station. Observations. And then, scrawled in a different hand, a single sentence: they watch to see who breaks first. My breath caught. I glanced up. The attendants closed in, slow and steady. Watching. Waiting. I had no idea how much time had passed when the door at the top slammed shut again. The room plunged into darkness, the phone's light flickering out. Silence. Complete silence. And then I felt it eyes, not just watching, but inside me, pulling at the edges of my mind. I wasn't sure if I was still awake or already trapped in some waking nightmare. But I knew one thing. They weren't going to let me leave. Not until I slipped up. Not until I broke. The darkness pressed in like a thick blanket, suffocating and absolute. I didn't move. The attendants, if that's what they were, had closed in, forming a circle that felt less like a group and more like a cage. Their eyes didn't blink. Their faces were unreadable, like stone masks carved from the shadows. I tried to steady my breath, to calm the tremor in my legs, but it was useless. My body was a coil of nerves, wound tight and ready to snap. Time slipped away. Minutes, maybe hours. I stopped trying to measure it. Instead, I focused on the small sounds, the faint hum of the old refrigerator in the corner, the soft scrape of a chair leg against the linoleum floor. The smell of stale coffee mixed with something sour, like forgotten milk left too long in a cracked cup. I knew I was on the edge of something, but I couldn't see where the edge ended or if it even existed. Then, almost imperceptibly, the attendants began to shift. Not a word. No blink. But they moved closer, narrowing the space around me until I could feel their breath, cold and still. A sudden impulse made me raise a hand, the notebook sliding from my fingers onto the floor with a dull thud. "Why?" I whispered, voice hoarse. "Why are you doing this?" No answer. Just those eyes, unblinking and unyielding. I sank to the floor, back against the cold wall, and stared at the notebook. The pages were filled with names and dates, people who had come before me, marked like specimens in a collection. The notes were clinical, detached, as if the writer was cataloging something to be studied, dissected, understood. But what? What were they waiting for? What was the prize if I broke? A sudden memory flashed, my father telling me stories about his nights working alone at a gas station when he was young. How he'd come to dread the quiet, the emptiness. How it wasn't the loneliness that got to him, but the feeling of being watched, always watched. I hadn't believed him then. I do now. Hours passed. The attendants didn't speak or blink, but their presence shifted. The tension cracked, just a little, like a fragile ice sheet underfoot. I realized I hadn't blinked either. My eyes were dry and burning, the edges stinging like I'd been staring into a bright light for too long. I closed my eyes briefly, just for a second, and when I opened them, the scene had changed. The attendants were still there, but their faces softened, just enough to remind me they were human. Or maybe I was willing them to be. A voice came then, quiet and dry, breaking the silence like a shard of glass. "You don't have to stay." I looked up sharply, heart pounding. The voice came from the farthest attendant, the one who'd stepped forward first before the darkness swallowed the room. He blinked. Just once. And then again, slower, more deliberate. "I don't understand," I said, voice cracking. "They wait," he said. "For everyone. But not everyone breaks. Some leave." I swallowed hard. "How?" He hesitated, the first sign of uncertainty I'd seen all night. "By not giving them what they want. By not slipping up." "What do they want?" He looked away, eyes flicking to the floor. "Control. To see fear. To see you doubt yourself. That's their game." I shook my head. "But why? Why all this?" He shrugged, a small, human gesture that felt almost foreign here. "Because they can. Because no one's around to stop them." Silence settled again, but it was different now. Less suffocating, more real. I stood slowly, the notebook still on the floor. "I'm going to leave." He nodded. "You can. But you have to mean it." I didn't know what that meant exactly, but I knew I had no choice. I stepped toward the door, the attendants parting like a sea of shadows. The cold night air hit me like a wave, sharp and bitter. Outside, the gas station looked ordinary. The flickering neon sign hummed overhead, the cracked pavement stretched under a sky thick with stars. I didn't look back. The drive away was a blur. The road beneath me felt endless, the radio static filling the silence in the car. I kept the notebook on the passenger seat, its weight a reminder of what I'd left behind. The next morning, I woke up in my apartment, the sunlight harsh and unforgiving through the blinds. My hands trembled as I reached for the coffee cup on the table, the bitter taste grounding me. I stared at the notebook, now closed, its secrets still echoing in my mind. I thought about calling someone, anyone. But who would believe me? A remote gas station where attendants never blinked, where silence was a tool, and fear was the currency. It sounded like a nightmare, and maybe it was. But I knew the truth. The attendants were waiting. Watching. Still out there, somewhere. And I wasn't sure if I'd broken or if I'd just begun to understand the game. I put the notebook away in a drawer, the lock rusty but enough to keep it hidden. Some things, I decided, were better left buried. But every night since, I catch myself blinking a little more, watching the shadows in the corners of my room, wondering if, somewhere, their eyes are still on me, waiting for me to slip up. Silence. Complete silence. Except for the pounding of my own breath. And then, a faint creak, soft but deliberate, echoed from the hallway. My heart seized, every muscle tensing as the darkness seemed to lean in closer. I told myself it was just the house settling, old boards shifting with the night. Yet, deep down, I knew better. The game wasn't over. Not by a long shot. Story 2, Silent Pursuit, the Unmarked SUV. I never liked driving alone at night, but sometimes it just couldn't be helped. I glanced at the clock on the dash. 12:17 a.m. Too late to call anyone, too early to pull over. The radio was off, the silence inside the car thick enough to be almost suffocating. The night air pressed against the windows, cold and still, like it was holding its breath. Outside, the occasional snap of a twig under a raccoon's paws, the distant bark of a dog somewhere down the road, and the muted hum of tires rolling over asphalt. Not a soul in sight. I flicked the headlights to high beam for a moment, then back down. That's when I noticed it. The SUV. It was black. Unmarked. No license plate visible in the dim light. I caught it in the rearview mirror, just a sliver at first, then a shape growing larger as it stayed exactly the same distance behind me. Not gaining, not falling back. Just there. Quiet. Watching. I blinked, rubbed my eyes. Maybe it was just coincidence. Maybe it was following someone else, and I was in the wrong lane. But no, there it was again. Same position. About 2 car lengths behind. Not flashing lights, not honking. Nothing. My fingers tightened around the steering wheel. The leather felt rough under my palms, sweat slicking my skin despite the chill. The dashboard clock blinked 12:23. I tried to shake off the sudden prickling sensation crawling up my neck. I tapped the brakes slightly. The SUV mimicked me, slowing just enough to match. I sped up a little, it did the same. I checked the speedometer, about 65 miles per hour, and forced my eyes back on the road. Somewhere ahead, a faded green sign announced the next rest stop, but it felt miles away. I told myself I was being paranoid. Black SUVs were common. Maybe some late-night delivery or a law enforcement vehicle without markings. Still, the silence was unsettling. No headlights in the rearview to indicate a change of lanes, no signals, no signs of passing. Just a shadow lingering behind me. I reached for my phone. The screen lit up with a weak signal bar. 5 seconds later, it blinked out. No service. The familiar ring of the dial tone vanished, replaced by an eerie quiet. I tapped the screen again, heart sinking a little. No messages. No calls. Nothing. Great, I thought. Just what I needed. No signal, no gas, and a stranger following me for miles. I glanced down at the fuel gauge. The needle hovered just above empty. Maybe a quarter of a tank left. Not enough to make it to the next town, let alone the rest stop ahead. The car's interior light flickered briefly, then steadied. I shivered. Not from cold, but from a creeping awareness that the night was shifting. The silence was no longer peaceful. It felt watchful, like the dark outside was holding secrets just out of reach. I tried to focus on the road. The highway curved gently to the left, then right, the trees on either side forming dark, looming shapes against the faint glow of the moon. I caught the faint scent of pine, sharp and clean, mixed with the dampness of earth cooling after a recent rain. Somewhere nearby, a coyote howled a long, mournful sound that made my throat tighten. I blinked hard. The SUV was still there. Always there. I thought about pulling over, but where? The shoulder was narrow, littered with jagged rocks and scattered debris. The last thing I wanted was to get stuck on some forgotten stretch of highway with an unknown car parked behind me. I tried to call my sister again. No luck. The silence on the other end was absolute. I swallowed a dry lump in my throat. It felt strange, no dial tone, no ringing, just dead space. My mind started spinning. Was I imagining things? Was the SUV really following me? Or had my exhaustion warped reality? I hadn't slept well in days, and the long drive wasn't helping. Okay, I muttered to myself, voice barely audible over the hum of the engine, just keep driving. You'll find a gas station soon. But the gas gauge didn't lie. It ticked lower with each mile. The needle edged closer to empty, like a slow countdown. I fought the rising panic. My hands trembled slightly on the wheel. I took a deep breath, tasting the faint bitterness of stale gum and something else, fear, maybe, or uncertainty. The SUV remained silent, a dark shape tethered to my tail. No lights, no sounds. Just presence. A sudden gust of wind rattled the car, making the side mirrors vibrate. I glanced at the rearview mirror again. The black SUV's windows were tinted so heavily I couldn't see inside. No faces. No movement. I tried the high beams once more. The SUV didn't flinch. Miles passed. The road stretched endlessly. I caught a flicker of movement, something darting across the shoulder, maybe a rabbit or a fox. The smell of wet asphalt rose from the road, a sharp contrast to the cool night air. I checked my phone again. Still no signal. I tried to remember if there had been any gas stations back there, but the last one was miles ago, closed hours before. I was trapped between emptiness and darkness. The silence pressed in. The only sound was the steady tick of the turn signal as I nervously tapped it left, right, left, trying to break the tension. Then, without warning, the SUV's brake lights flickered. Just for a moment. Then off. I jerked the wheel slightly, heart pounding. Was it a warning? A mistake? My mind raced with possibilities, none of them comforting. I swallowed hard, trying to steady my breathing. "You're okay," I whispered. "It's just a car. Someone out here, just like you." But the night had changed. The road ahead was no longer just asphalt and trees. It felt like a stage set for something I couldn't quite see yet. I glanced at the gas gauge one last time. The needle hovered dangerously close to empty. I would have to stop soon. And the black SUV would be waiting. Silence. Complete silence. The night was watching me back. The brake lights blinked again. The highway stretched ahead like a dark ribbon, lined with skeletal trees swaying in a cold wind I hadn't noticed before. The air tasted faintly metallic, maybe the aftertaste of exhaust fumes or something else. I swallowed hard again. The gas gauge dipped lower, the little orange light blinking at me like a warning bell. I tapped the signal once more, left, right, left, just to check if I could feel anything normal. The clicking echoed in the cabin, a small, rhythmic sound that felt like the last tether to sanity. The SUV's brake lights flickered again. This time, the flash was longer. More deliberate. I thought about pulling over, but where? The shoulder was gravel and dirt, and the trees pressed in so close I could almost hear branches scraping the paint. No houses. No lights. Just me and that SUV. The thought of stepping out in the dark was worse than staying inside. The night had thickened, pressing against the glass like it wanted in. I shifted in my seat and tried to focus on the dashboard. The radio was dead static, no signal, no music, just a hiss that filled the silence. I fiddled with the dial, hoping for something, anything familiar, but the static only grew louder, like it was swallowing all other sounds. Even my own breathing sounded too loud. I glanced again at the rearview mirror. The SUV's lights were dim, almost swallowed by the darkness, but I could just make out the shape, a hulking, unmarked vehicle, windows blacked out. No license plate visible in the faint glow of my headlights. A sudden flicker of movement caught my eye. A flash on the SUV's windshield. A reflection? Or someone watching me? My pulse jumped. I forced myself to look away, focusing on the road. Trees. Road. Nothing else. My phone buzzed briefly in my pocket, a vibration that made me jump. I pulled it out, hoping for a message or a call, but the screen said no service. I tilted it this way and that, searching for a signal bar. Nothing. The battery was at 20%, not enough to last long if I needed it. I thought about the gas station I passed hours ago, closed, shuttered, like a tomb. No other stops for miles. The needle was almost on empty. If I kept driving, I'd be stranded in this empty stretch of highway with that SUV right behind me. If I stopped, I didn't know what would happen. The thought made my fingers tighten on the steering wheel. I tried to reason. Maybe someone was lost, or a cop running a quiet check, or a neighbor from the last town. But nothing added up. No sirens, no flashing lights, no attempt to pass. Just that ominous tailing, like a heavy cloud settling in. I reached down for the glove compartment, thinking maybe I'd left a map in there. I found a crumpled, folded paper, the last map I'd bought for a long trip years ago. I unfolded it carefully, the paper crackling in the still air. The highway was marked clearly, but the area ahead was blank, just a smear of gray where the map ended. A name caught my eye, Hawthorne Junction. The spot where I was headed. According to the map, it was just a few miles ahead, but no detail on what was beyond. No services, no towns, just a pin on an empty stretch. I exhaled slowly. I had to stop. I had to find out what was going on, and running blindly into this night felt worse than facing whatever was waiting. I eased the car to the side of the road where the shoulder widened just enough to pull over. The gravel crunched under the tires, breaking the silence with a small, sharp sound. The SUV mirrored the movement, slowing down but not stopping. It idled a few car lengths behind me. I killed the engine. The sudden silence was oppressive. The dashboard lights dimmed and died, leaving only the faint glow of the moon filtering through the windshield. My hands trembled as I reached for the door handle, then pulled back. No! Not yet. I turned on the dome light briefly and spotted my phone again, the screen dark but warm in my palm. I pressed the power button. No signal. What do you want? I whispered, not entirely sure if I was talking to the SUV, the night, or myself. The black shape behind me remained still, no headlights, no movement. Just a heavy presence. I glanced down the road, hoping to catch a glimpse of something ahead, a sign, a light, a passing car, but it was empty. Only the sound of wind threading through the trees and the occasional distant bark of a dog somewhere far off. Then, from the darkness on my right, a soft crunching sound. Footsteps? My eyes snapped toward the edge of the shoulder. Nothing visible. Just shadows and the low hum of the night. My breath hitched. I reached for the door lock again, clicking it twice. The lock indicator popped up. Locked. I leaned back against the seat, trying to steady my racing heart. This wasn't just paranoia anymore. Something was wrong. The SUV wasn't just a coincidence. I pulled out my phone again, this time opening the flashlight. The beam cut through the darkness, painting the gravel and trees in harsh white. I caught movement again, near the edge of the woods. A figure? No, just a branch swaying in the wind. Relief, quick and shallow. But the knot in my stomach tightened. Then the SUV's brake lights flickered once more, longer this time, almost like a code. 3 flashes. Pause. 2 flashes. Pause. My mind scrambled. Was it a warning? A countdown? A message? I tried to count back, but the pattern didn't make sense. I whispered, "Okay, okay. What do you want from me?" Silence answered. I sat there for a few long minutes, the engine off, the night pressing against the windows, my phone a useless rectangle in my lap. The SUV stayed put, watching, waiting. Finally, I decided I couldn't just sit and wait. I needed more information. I grabbed the map again and looked for any side roads, any turnoff that might lead to light or people. There was one, an old logging road, barely marked, just a thin line breaking up the highway a mile ahead. It wasn't on my GPS, probably unpaved and forgotten. But it was something. I started the engine again, the hum breaking the silence. I signaled right and carefully turned onto the gravel road. The tires kicked up dust and small stones. The SUV followed, silent as ever. The road narrowed quickly, trees crowding in close, branches scraping the sides of the car. The moon flickered behind clouds, shadows playing tricks on the edges of my vision. Then, a sudden sharp smell, a faint, acrid scent, like burnt rubber mixed with something chemical. I wrinkled my nose, trying to place it. It was faint but unmistakable. Ahead, the road curved around a bend. I slowed, trying to see what was there. I gripped the wheel tighter. The SUV was right behind me now, close enough that I could see the outline of the driver's side mirror, the dark windows impossible to peer into. The glow ahead grew brighter as I approached. It wasn't a campfire. It was a cluster of old streetlights, half broken and flickering, casting long shadows over a small clearing. A few rusted vehicles sat abandoned near a dilapidated building, the paint peeling and windows boarded up. I pulled over near the edge of the clearing, heart drumming loud in my ears. The SUV stopped beside me, engine idling low. I killed my engine again, the silence overwhelming. Then, from the shadows near the building, a figure emerged. Tall, thin, hands shoved deep in coat pockets. No face visible in the dark, just a shape. I swallowed, voice barely steady. "Hello?" The figure took a slow step forward. The night seemed to. The road curved sharply, the gravel crunching under my tires, each stone kicking up a tiny spray that smelled faintly of dust and decay. I caught my breath, steadying my hands on the wheel. That odd chemical smell, the burnt rubber mixed with something sharper, was stronger here, almost cloying. I glanced in the rearview mirror. The black SUV hovered there like a shadow, its dark windows reflecting nothing but the pale moonlight. It didn't flick its lights or flash them. Didn't honk. Just followed. I swallowed hard. The logging road was narrower now, trees pressing in from either side. The branches scraped against the car's paint, making a soft, eerie sound that set my teeth on edge. The air had cooled, dampened by the dense canopy overhead. That smell, the chemical burn, was unmistakable and growing stronger. My stomach twisted at the thought. What was out here? What had the SUV been trailing me for all this time? I flicked on the dome light inside the car for a moment, just enough to check the fuel gauge. The needle was dangerously close to empty, below the quarter mark now. I'd hoped the logging road might lead somewhere, maybe to a gas station or a house, but I was starting to think it was a dead end. Which meant I was stuck. Alone. And with whoever was in that SUV. The radio crackled with static. No stations. My phone screen flashed no service again, stubbornly refusing to connect. I tried the map app one more time, nothing. The logging road didn't even register as a trace anymore, it was just a thin, gray line fading into the blackness. Every instinct screamed at me to turn back, but every turn seemed to be blocked, either by dense woods or that silent black vehicle. I exhaled, heavy and slow. There was no real choice now. I was past the point of no return. As I drove, I caught movement at the edge of the trees, a flicker of something pale, maybe a figure. I blinked hard, but it vanished. Could have been a trick of the shadows. Even the moonlight was patchy here, flickering with the clouds that scuttled across the sky. I told myself it was nothing, but my skin prickled like static. The smell was stronger now. Like something burning, but also chemical, like an industrial cleaner or pesticide mixed with something acrid and sharp. It burned at the back of my throat. I rolled down the window just a crack. The cold night air rushed in, carrying the scent with it, sharper, colder, almost metallic. The SUV stayed close. Closer than seemed natural for a vehicle on a narrow, deserted road. It didn't try to pass or signal, but it was there, always there, like a phantom waiting for me to make a mistake. I glanced back again, and this time caught something new, a small, flashing light on the SUV's dashboard. Not headlights. Not brake lights. A dim, pulsing red glow, like a warning light, but I couldn't be sure what it meant. Maybe a dash cam? Or some kind of surveillance? My mouth went dry, and I swallowed, forcing myself to stay calm. My mind churned through every possibility. Could this be a cop? But why no lights or sirens? Why the silence? And why follow me so deliberately, so patiently? No cop would tail a car like this for miles without identifying themselves. I tried the horn once. Just a quick beep. The SUV didn't react. No flash of lights, no change in distance. It just stayed put, a steady presence in the rearview mirror. I tapped the steering wheel. Look, I don't know who you are or what you want, but I'm not stopping, I said aloud, the sound of my own voice feeling strange in the thick, cold night. Just let me go. Silence. Complete silence. No response. No movement. The logging road twisted again, and the shadows deepened. Ahead, the trees thinned slightly, and I caught sight of something I hadn't expected, an abandoned structure. It looked like an old warehouse or maybe a storage shed, its walls sagging and covered with peeling paint and patches of moss. The roof was half collapsed. My heart picked up. Could this be a place to stop? To get out of the car and maybe find help? Or at least a phone signal? I slowed, turning onto the rough shoulder. The tires kicked up gravel and dirt. The SUV followed, sliding smoothly onto the shoulder just behind me. I cut the engine. The sudden silence was almost suffocating. The chemical smell was stronger here, almost overpowering. I rolled down the window fully and leaned out, breathing it in. It was sharp and biting, like burnt plastic mixed with something industrial. The kind of smell that sets your skin on edge. I looked around. No sign of life. No lights anywhere except the occasional flicker of distant stars behind the clouds. The warehouse stood like a relic from a forgotten time, its doors hanging open just enough to reveal darkness inside. I reached for the door handle, then hesitated. The SUV's engine idled behind me, quiet but alive. The red glow from its dashboard pulsed steadily in the rearview mirror. I stepped out of the car, the gravel crunching beneath my boots. The cold night air wrapped around me, the smell thick and unsettling, the silence heavy and weighty. I took a few cautious steps toward the warehouse, the wood groaning softly under a breeze I couldn't feel. Suddenly, a voice came from the dark inside the building. Low, calm, almost conversational. Too close. Don't do that. I froze. My breath hitched. The voice was neither angry nor threatening, but it carried a weight, a quiet authority. It echoed off the walls, swallowed by the shadows. Who's there? I called, my voice cracking. The sound felt small and fragile in the vast emptiness. Look around, the voice said. You're not going anywhere tonight. A cold shiver ran down my spine. I wanted to run back to the car, slam the doors, lock them tight. Under the heavy cloak of darkness, the road stretched endlessly without a single soul in sight. The SUV's door opened quietly behind me. I didn't turn around. The smell hit me again, overwhelming now, a mix of fear and something chemical, something I couldn't place but knew I'd never forget. And for the first time, I understood. This wasn't some random tale. It wasn't a mistake or coincidence. They had been waiting, watching, planning, and now there was no escape. I didn't move. The cold pressed in on me from every side, heavy like wet fabric clinging to skin, the kind that seeps deep and doesn't let go. The voice inside the warehouse wasn't just close, it was inside my head now, as if the shadows themselves had learned to speak. It wasn't angry or loud, but the calmness was worse, too deliberate, too knowing. Like waiting for the trap to snap shut. "Don't do that," it said again, softer this time. I swallowed. The dryness in my throat was sharp enough to hurt. My fingers found the rough edge of the car door, too solid, too real compared to the way my mind was spinning. The SUV's engine idled behind me, quiet but alive, like a heartbeat just out of sight. The red glow from its dashboard flickered in the rearview mirror, pulsing steadily, a silent metronome counting down seconds I didn't know I had. Some part of me wanted to sprint back to the driver's seat, slam the door, lock it tight, and drive away anywhere but here. But my limbs were leaden, heavy with a dread I couldn't shake, and the gravel beneath my boots felt like it was sinking. Instead, I took a slow, deliberate step toward the warehouse, the wood groaning faintly with each movement. The smell of damp plaster and rust mixed with something metallic, coppery, like blood but faint, distant, maybe in my imagination. I didn't want to imagine it. "Look around," the voice said. "You're not going anywhere tonight." It was a statement, not a threat. No need. The certainty in that voice was enough. I glanced over my shoulder at the SUV. It hadn't moved. It never did. Just stayed there, watching, waiting. Silent but present. My hands trembled. I pressed my palm flat against the cold, splintered wood of the warehouse wall. Rough. Real. The cold seeped through my jacket, biting into my skin. I could feel the dampness of the night air, thick and heavy, like it was trying to pull me down into the darkness. I wanted to say something, anything, but my voice caught in my throat. "Who are you?" I finally asked, voice barely more than a whisper. No answer. Instead, a slow creak echoed from the inside, a long, deliberate sound that made my skin crawl. I stepped back, heart hammering loud enough to drown out everything else. The SUV's headlights blinked once, then went dark. Like a slow blink. A warning. I was trapped in a silence so complete it pressed against my eardrums, broken only by the soft rustling of dry leaves skittering across the cracked concrete. Somewhere in the distance, a dog barked once, sharp and lonely. It was the only sound that made sense. I pulled out my phone again, hoping for a signal, but the screen stayed stubbornly blank. No bars, no calls, no messages. Dead. Like the world beyond this stretch of highway had ceased to exist. The fuel gauge wavered dangerously close to empty, the needle trembling as if it too was afraid. I didn't want to check the gas station sign again, but I did. Nothing. Just the warehouse, the dark, and that goddamn SUV. I forced myself to look back at the warehouse entrance, half expecting the shadows to move, to shift into something alive. But they stayed still. Watching. Waiting. "Why are you doing this?" I said, louder this time, my voice cracking. No response. Just that heavy silence, thick and suffocating. A sudden crack with splintering made me jump. My eyes darted to the side where a door frame had bowed slightly, as if someone had pushed it from the inside. But no one stepped out. No footsteps. Nothing but the empty air and the cold night pressing down. Then the SUV's engine roared to life, low and steady. The headlights snapped on and flooded the gravel with harsh white light. The red glow in the rearview mirror flared brighter, like a warning flare against the darkness. My breath caught. The SUV began to move, slowly rolling forward, matching my pace with terrifying precision. I wanted to run. I wanted to scream. But my feet felt glued to the ground. The voice from the warehouse echoed again, closer now, like it was right behind me. "You're not going anywhere." I turned sharply, expecting to see anyone, but there was nothing. Just the yawning blackness of the warehouse mouth and the cold, indifferent stars above. The SUV eased closer, its engine a low hum vibrating through the air, cold and heavy with silence. The smell of gasoline and rubber hit me, thick and cloying. My skin prickled. I could taste it in my mouth, bitter and sharp. The headlights reflected off the cracked windows, making dark shapes dance inside. I tried to peer through but saw nothing. No faces. No movement. "Please," I whispered, voice trembling. "Just tell me what you want." The only answer was the gravel crunching under a single set of tires as the SUV stopped a few feet behind me. The engine idled again, steady and patient. I could almost hear it breathing. My mind raced. There had to be a way out. The fuel gauge was dipping lower, my phone was dead, and I was surrounded by silence and shadow. The SUV was no longer just a vehicle, it was a presence. A wall. A barrier. I took a step back, then another, but the gravel shifted oddly beneath my boots, like it was deeper and softer than I remembered. The air grew colder, the night stretching and twisting around me, a maze without an exit. Suddenly, a faint light flickered inside the warehouse, like a candle struggling against the dark. I squinted through the gloom. Movement. Slow, deliberate. A silhouette emerged, tall and thin, with hands tucked deep into pockets. The voice spoke again, calm and low, almost casual. "You don't have to be afraid." "Not yet." The words crawled under my skin. I wanted to believe them. I wanted to believe anything but the cold weight of dread settling in my chest. "Why me?" I asked, voice barely more than a rasp. The figure stepped forward, and a faint smile brushed their lips, a smile that didn't touch their eyes. "Because you don't run," they said. A shiver ran down my spine. I realized then that this was no random encounter. No mistake. This was planned. Calculated. I was the target of something I didn't understand, caught in a game I didn't know how to play. The road was empty now, stretching out like a thin ribbon under the moon's pale light. Cold air pushed through the cracked window, carrying the scent of damp earth and something faintly metallic, maybe rust or the remnants of old car brakes. I could hear the tires hum against the asphalt, a steady, predictable sound, but it did little to calm my nerves. I glanced in the rearview mirror again. There it was. The black SUV, as silent and still as a shadow that refused to fade. I couldn't tell if it was the same vehicle. Maybe my mind was playing tricks, but the shape, the way it kept its distance, never close enough to be threatening, never far enough to be safe. It followed, like a patient predator or a relentless ghost. I had been on that stretch of highway for over an hour, and the SUV hadn't made a single move to pass me or disappear. My phone was dead. No signal. The screen was a lifeless black slab in my hand, mocking me with its uselessness. The gas gauge was dipping into the red zone, the needle hovering dangerously close to empty. The low fuel warning blinked at me with annoying persistence, but I wasn't ready to stop yet, not while the SUV was still there. I tried to convince myself it was just a coincidence. Maybe someone heading the same way, maybe a cop or a road worker. But the silence of the SUV was unnerving. No lights flickering, No turn signals, no movement except for the slow, steady shadow it cast behind me. The thought of pulling over made my skin crawl. I pictured the windows rolling down, a stranger's face appearing in the dark, the silence broken by a voice that would shatter everything. I swallowed hard and tightened my grip on the steering wheel. My knuckles turned white. The highway wasn't supposed to be like this. Not at this hour, not with no one around for miles. Usually, there was at least a gas station or a diner open somewhere. But tonight the world felt empty, like I was the only person left alive. I flicked the radio on. Static. A few faint, crackling noises, but no music, no voices. That added to the feeling of isolation. I reached down for the glove compartment, my fingers brushing against the worn map I'd stuffed in there the week before. Old-fashioned paper, creased and folded, a reminder of a simpler time when you could just pull over and ask for directions. But that would mean stopping. Stopping was what I didn't want to do. I kept driving, the road curving gently ahead. The SUV stayed behind, silent and unblinking. I wondered if whoever was inside had been doing this all night. If they'd been watching me from the start, or if I'd just become their focus by chance. The thought was chilling. I tried to shake it off, telling myself I was imagining things, that I was tired, that the darkness was playing tricks on my eyes. Still, that quiet presence unsettled something deep inside me, something primal, like the hairs on my neck standing on end. Half an hour later, I spotted a dim light in the distance. A gas station. A little outpost on the side of the road, blinking its neon sign erratically. Relief hit me like a wave. I slowed down, heart thumping with cautious hope. But the SUV didn't change. It stayed in place, a few hundred yards behind me, unmoving. I wondered if it was waiting for me to stop, or if it was just content to follow. I pulled into the gas station with a jolt, the tires crunching on gravel. The air smelled of gasoline and old coffee. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, casting harsh, flickering shadows inside the small convenience store. The place was nearly empty, except for a tired-looking man behind the counter. He glanced up as I entered, eyes bloodshot and wary. "Long night?" I asked, trying to sound casual. He nodded slowly. "You're not from around here." "No," I said, wiping my hands on my jeans. "Just passing through." He studied me for a moment, then shrugged. "Not much out here but road and dark." I glanced out the window. The black SUV was still parked outside, engine off, silent as a statue. My breath caught. "Do you know who that belongs to?" I asked, voice low. He shrugged again. "No idea. Folks usually don't stop around here unless they've got a reason. Maybe some locals out for a late run." I didn't believe him. I filled the tank as quickly as I could, every second feeling like a lifetime. The cold metal of the pump handle was slippery in my sweaty hands. My eyes kept darting to the SUV, still there, still watching. I paid inside, then stepped back out into the night air. The SUV's windows were too dark to see inside. The engine stayed silent. I walked toward it, heart hammering in my chest. It was a stupid move, maybe reckless, but I needed to know. The driver's side door was locked. No one inside. I circled the vehicle, checking for anything unusual, a note, a sign, a clue. Nothing. Just cold, black paint that swallowed the dim light like a void. I got back into my car, locked the doors, and started the engine. The SUV remained where it was. I pulled back onto the highway, the gas gauge slowly climbing from empty. The phone still dead. The radio still silent. And the SUV? It vanished. No taillights, no shadow, no sign of it anywhere. I drove on, the knot in my chest loosening just a fraction. Maybe it was over. Maybe I'd imagined it all. But the feeling lingered like a cold breeze crawling under my skin, a whisper I couldn't chase away. As dawn began to lighten the sky, the world started to feel real again. Trees, fields, distant houses. The highway opened up, welcoming, ordinary. I thought about calling someone, telling them what happened. I thought about how strange it was to feel so vulnerable in a world full of people. Maybe it was the night playing tricks on me. Or maybe it was something more. But one thing was certain, I wasn't the same person who'd started this drive. I had learned how thin the line was between safety and fear, how quickly the familiar could become strange, how silence could be the loudest sound of all. The road behind me was empty now. And this time, I wasn't looking back. Story 3, Timeless Route, a bus through shifting realities. I never thought a bus ride could feel like stepping through a cracked mirror. I found my usual spot near the back window and settled in. The seats creaked under me, the vinyl cool and rough against my jeans. Outside, the sky hung low and gray, thick with the kind of clouds that promise rain but never deliver. A dog barked somewhere, sharp and sudden, then silence. Complete silence. Not the comfortable kind where you can hear the city waking up, but the kind that presses on your ears like a weight. The engine rumbled to life. The bus lurched forward with that familiar, almost lazy hesitation, as if it didn't want to start the day either. I looked around. The usual mix of early commuters, some scrolling through phones, others staring out the windows with blank faces. Mrs. Callahan, the elderly lady who always carried a knitted bag stuffed with knitting needles and half-finished scarves, sat 2 rows ahead. Her eyes were fixed on something invisible, blinking slowly, like she hadn't quite woken up yet. I pulled my scarf tighter around my neck. The window beside me was foggy, blurred with condensation, and I watched my breath swirl in the cold air. It was colder than usual for early April, and the heater was working overtime, humming in the background, a low, unsteady drone that didn't quite settle. Then the lights flickered. Not a quick blink, more like a shudder, as if the bus had swallowed an electric cough. The overhead bulbs dimmed to near darkness, then flared back on with a soft pop that made my ears ring for a moment. People shifted in their seats, murmuring. Mrs. Callahan's knitting needles clattered against the armrest. A man in a gray jacket muttered, "Damn thing's dying." I opened my mouth to say something, but the words caught like gravel. Instead, I looked out the window, hoping the flicker was just a glitch, a random hiccup in the bus's ancient wiring. But the street outside wasn't the same. The trees lining Elm Street were bare, skeletal branches reaching upward like brittle fingers. The familiar corner store, the one with the bright red awning and the faded open sign, was gone. In its place stood a boarded-up shop with paint peeling from the window frames. The street lamps flickered weakly, casting long shadows that stretched and twisted in the early morning light. I blinked hard, rubbing my eyes. Maybe I had imagined it. Maybe I was still half asleep. I turned back to the bus interior. It looked unchanged, but the people were different. The man in the gray jacket was gone. Mrs. Callahan's knitted scarf had vanished, replaced by a plain black purse on her lap. The young woman who usually sat beside her, Jen, with her loud laugh and checkered backpack, was nowhere to be seen. A cold wave slid down my spine. I swallowed and tried to steady my breathing. "What the hell?" I whispered under my breath. Did the bus just change? The voice was low, uncertain. I looked up to see a teenager in a faded baseball cap, sitting near the front with his hands gripping the railing. His eyes darted around, wide and unsettled. "I thought I was losing it," I said, but my voice sounded strange, like it belonged to someone else. He shrugged, but his lips were tight. "No, something's wrong." The bus creaked again, the engine stuttered, and the lights flickered once more. This time, the change was more pronounced. Outside, the street was bustling, not with the sleepy commuters I expected, but with people dressed in clothes that might have come from a century ago. Men in suspenders and flat caps, women in long skirts and shawls, all moving with a hurried purpose, their faces hard and unfamiliar. The corner store had transformed yet again, now a small apothecary with hand-painted signs and dusty windows. Inside the bus, the air was thick with the scent of coal smoke and damp wool. The heater's hum was gone, replaced by the faint clatter of hooves on cobblestones and distant voices raised in urgent conversation. I gripped the seat in front of me, my knuckles white. This can't be real. I'm dreaming. The teenager shook his head slowly. No dream I've ever had. The bus stopped with a lurch that sent a few passengers stumbling. I looked around. The faces were different again. Older men with lined faces, young children in threadbare clothes, women with tired eyes but resolute expressions. A man in a threadbare coat eyed me suspiciously from across the aisle. My throat tightened. I wanted to stand up, to get off, but the door stayed closed, locked tight as if the bus itself had become a cage. I swallowed the lump rising in my chest and looked back toward the teenager. "What's happening to us?" He didn't answer. The bus engine rumbled uncertainly, then roared to life once more. The lights flickered, and the world outside the window shifted again. The corner store was back, bright and modern, the street lamp steady and familiar. The air smelled like exhaust and fresh coffee. The heater's hum returned, and the passengers were the ones I recognized: Mrs. Callahan, Jen with her backpack, the man in the gray jacket. I exhaled so hard I thought I might cough. The teenager was gone. The bus was still. Everything was normal, or as normal as it ever was on the 7:15. I wiped my sweaty palms on my jeans and looked out the window, hoping the street would stay the same. But deep down, I knew this wasn't over. Because if the bus could flicker like that, between times, between faces, then what else was it hiding? What had trapped us in those moments, and why? I wasn't ready to find out. Not yet. But the bus was already moving again, and the next stop was nowhere I recognized. The bus lurched forward, its tires humming against the cracked pavement, and the street outside dissolved once again. I gripped the stained fabric of my seat, the roughness grounding me. The heater was silent now, the bus interior colder than it had been moments before. I glanced around. No one spoke, but the nervous energy hung thick, a static charge you could almost taste. The man in the gray jacket, my anchor in all this, had disappeared again. Where are we this time? I whispered, though my words felt swallowed by the bus's low groan. The windows fogged with cold breath, and I rubbed at the condensation, trying to clear the glass. Outside, the street looked different. The corner store was gone, replaced by a small diner with faded neon signage that flickered erratically. The street lamp that had once shone steady now swayed in the wind, casting long shadows that seemed to creep closer with every flash. I swallowed hard, the metallic taste of fear sharp on my tongue. The bus stopped. The doors hissed open, inviting confusion. A man stepped on. Not the teenager from before, but an older gentleman whose eyes darted around like he was expecting someone or something. He wore a hat pulled low, and his shoes clicked harshly on the floor. His presence unsettled me more than the shifting streets. He scanned the bus, then locked eyes with me. I looked away quickly. "Did you see that?" a voice whispered behind me. I turned sharply. Jen, the girl with the backpack, sat hunched over, her fingers trembling as she clutched a crumpled notebook. The guy, he looked right at me. Like he knew. I nodded, though my throat had gone dry. Yeah, he did the same to me. But how? Why? Jen's eyes were wide, her voice barely above the hum of the engine. There's patterns here. I think it's not random. The bus, it's stuck between times. But maybe someone's controlling it. I wanted to dismiss the idea as crazy, but the evidence was piling up too fast. The shifting bus, the disappearing passengers, the eerie arrivals from other eras. It wasn't just a glitch. Someone or something was behind it. I pulled out my phone. No signal. Of course. The city seemed to lose contact with the outside world whenever these shifts happened. No texts, no calls, no reassuring buzz of notifications. Just silence. Complete silence. Jen flipped open her notebook, revealing pages filled with scribbles, dates, times, and names. Look at this, she said, pointing to a cluster of entries. Every time the bus flickers, it aligns with some event: a protest in the 60s, a blackout in the 80s, a construction accident in the 90s. People disappear or appear based on these moments. I studied the scrawled handwriting. It was obsessive, borderline frantic. But the details made sense. You've been tracking this? She nodded, running a hand through her tangled hair. Since last week. I thought I was losing it. But now I'm not so sure. The bus jolted again, the heater sputtering back to life with a weak hiss. The temperature rose slightly, sweat prickling the back of my neck. I glanced at the windows. The diner had vanished, replaced by a crumbling brick wall covered in graffiti. The street lamp was gone, swallowed by darkness. A sudden noise made me jump, a metallic clang echoing from the back of the bus. The other passengers stiffened. I turned slowly, heart hammering. The rear exit was partially open, swinging on a loose hinge. No one was near it. The cold night air rushed in, carrying the faint smell of damp earth and something else I couldn't place. Did someone leave that open? I asked, voice cracking. No answer. The bus felt smaller, tighter somehow, like the walls were closing in. My hands trembled against the seat. I tried to steady my breathing, counting to 10, but the numbness in my fingers wouldn't fade. Jen leaned closer. We need to figure out why this is happening. If we don't, we'll get stuck. Or worse. Worse how? I asked. Her eyes darkened. People who get stuck here, they stop existing. Not like disappearing, but like they never mattered. No record, no memories. Like a ghost erased from time. I swallowed again. That can't be real. Maybe not, she said quietly, but I've heard stories. About a bus route that vanishes, passengers who never get off, and time folding in on itself. A laugh bubbled up, bitter and hollow. Sounds like a bad movie. Jen smiled, but it didn't reach her eyes. I know how that sounds. The bus ground to a halt at a stop that wasn't on the map. I peered out. The street was lined with old brick buildings, their windows dark except for the flickering glow of a single sign, Caldwell's Repair. A time-worn shop that looked straight out of the 1940s. The man with the hat was gone. So was the teenager. The only visible passengers were Jen, Mrs. Callahan, who had reappeared, looking more anxious than usual, and me. Mrs. Callahan leaned in, voice trembling. I don't remember getting off here before. This isn't our stop. No, I said. It isn't. The bus driver, a thin man with a pale, drawn face, glanced in the rearview mirror. His eyes were hollow, and when he spoke, his voice was flat. Next stop. Caldwell's. Everyone off. The heater coughed again, then died. The bus plunged into silence, the only sound the creak of the old vehicle settling. I stood slowly, legs stiff. The air smelled of dust and rust. Outside, the street lamp sputtered to life, casting long shadows that stretched like fingers toward us. Jen reached for my arm. We need to get out. Find answers. Mrs. Callahan looked ready to protest, but I shook my head. She's right. This place, it's not just a stop. It's part of whatever's messing with time. Stepping off the bus, the cold bit deep into my skin. The street was empty, except for the faint outline of a figure standing near the shop's door. The man with the hat. He turned slowly, revealing a face lined with worry and something I couldn't place: urgency? Fear? Maybe both. He spoke, voice low and hurried. You're not supposed to be here. None of you. I swallowed hard, the weight of the unknown pressing down. Then what is this? What's happening to us? He looked past me, eyes scanning the street as if expecting someone else. Time isn't broken. It's being broken. And until you understand why, you're trapped. A sudden gust rattled the windows. The street lamp flickered once more, then went out. Darkness stretched ahead. And I realized, with a sinking certainty, that the bus was just the start of this nightmare. The real danger was what waited beyond the next shift, beyond the next stop. I needed to know the truth. No matter the cost. The street swallowed the dim glow of the extinguished lamp, leaving me shivering in a wet, cold silence. You're not supposed to be here, he repeated, voice barely above a murmur. None of you. The words clung to my skin like frostbite. Why? Why are we trapped? What does it want? His eyes darted down the street, then back to mine, flickering with something like desperation. It's not some ghost or trick of the light. It's people. People who won't let time be normal. I blinked, trying to make sense of it. People? What do you mean? They don't want this to stop, he said, voice cracking with urgency. They need the timelines to fracture. They thrive on the confusion, the chaos. I swallowed hard, tasting the coppery sting of cold in my mouth. Who are they? Why would anyone want to trap us in this? Shifting nightmare? He took a step closer, the brim of his hat casting his face in shadow. You're already in it. There's no going back. Once you cross the line, he broke off, glancing over his shoulder like he expected to see something creeping in the darkness. You're part of their game now. A bitter wind whipped through the street, carrying the faint scent of burnt paper and something metallic, like cold machinery left out too long in the rain. I shivered again, wrapping my arms around myself. The idea of a game felt absurd, dangerous, but absurd. Yet the conviction in his eyes made me doubt everything I thought I knew. So what? I'm stuck. No way out. He shook his head slowly. You can't escape the bus anymore. Not once you've seen beyond the veil. The timelines. They don't just flicker anymore. They're tearing. And the longer you stay, the more you're pulled in. I took a step back, heart hammering. Pulled in how? He exhaled sharply, like he was trying to force the words out. You lose yourself. Your memories. The people you knew, the life you had, they fade. Pieces of you disappear, replaced by the timeline you're trapped in. That hit harder than I expected. The cold didn't feel so sharp anymore. My hands trembled, fingers curling into fists. I don't want to disappear. None of us do, he said quietly. But the moment you step off the bus and into one of those fractured streets, you're already halfway gone. I looked around. The empty streets seemed to stretch endlessly, shadows pooling beneath the skeletal trees lining the cracked pavement. The shop with its flickering neon sign was the only landmark, and even that looked worn, as if decades of neglect had left it hollow. I could almost taste the dust in the air, gritty and dry, clinging to my tongue. "Why me?" I asked. "Why did you come to me?" His eyes flicked to the side, then back. "Because you noticed. You remembered. Most don't. They accept the shifts. They blend in. But you kept questioning." I swallowed again, the lump in my throat growing. "So what happens now? Am I just stuck?" He hesitated. "There's a way to fight it. But it's dangerous. You have to understand how they break time, how they manipulate it." I frowned, the cold biting into my cheeks. "Who are they exactly? People or something else?" "People," he confirmed, voice darkening. "Corporations, scientists, politicians, anyone with a stake in rewriting history to suit themselves. They use the bus, the stops, the shifts to gather information, to erase inconvenient truths." The street lamp sputtered weakly, casting long shadows that danced like restless ghosts. I could hear my own breath, ragged and uneven, mingling with the distant hum of the city beyond this forgotten block. "So the bus is a tool," I said slowly. "A way to trap witnesses, keep them from interfering." He nodded. "Exactly. And once you're caught in the loop, it's nearly impossible to get out. They don't want the truth to leak." A sudden noise, a scraping sound from behind the shop, made me jump. The man's head snapped toward the noise, his eyes narrowing. "We don't have much time," he said. "You need to decide now. Once the bus comes back, you'll be forced to board. If you refuse, they'll come looking for you." "Come looking?" My voice caught. "Who?" He didn't answer. Instead, he reached into his coat pocket and pulled out a crumpled photograph. The edges were frayed, the image faded but unmistakable, a group of people standing on the bus platform, faces blurred but familiar. Among them was me. I stared at it, the hairs on my neck prickling. When was this taken? Last week? Or last decade? Doesn't matter. Time folds here, and they use that fold to trap people like you. I looked up, trying to piece it all together. The flickering bus, the disappearing passengers, the shifting street signs, they weren't random. They were deliberate. Calculated. "Why show me this now?" I asked. "Because you still have a choice," he said. "Learn the rules. Understand their game. Or get swallowed whole." The street grew colder, shadows stretching longer, swallowing the edges of the world. The man's eyes were grave, holding a warning I couldn't ignore. "Come with me," he said suddenly, tugging at my sleeve. "I can show you the control room. The place where they monitor the shifts. You won't believe what's behind the screens." I hesitated. The edge of panic prickled at my skin. But the thought of wandering these fractured streets alone was worse. If I wanted answers, I had to go deeper. I nodded, voice barely steady. "Okay. Lead the way." We moved silently into the night, the man's footsteps quick and sure on the cracked pavement. The air smelled colder now, sharper, like metal and rain on concrete. Every shadow seemed to watch, every sound amplified, the distant bark of a dog, the rustle of leaves, the faint hum of electricity. As we rounded a corner, a sudden flicker of light caught my eye. The street sign twisted, words shifting from Main Street to Market Road and back again in a dizzying blur. I blinked, stomach twisting. "See?" the man whispered. The fracture is spreading. A low rumble vibrated beneath my feet, subtle but growing. The streetlights around us buzzed louder, their light warping, stretching. I could taste the metallic tang of electricity on my tongue. "We're running out of time," he said. "Once the bus returns, everything changes. You won't be able to leave." Not really. I wanted to ask what would happen if I stayed, if I refused to board. But the words caught in my throat. The man's eyes met mine again, fierce and unyielding. "This is the point of no return," he said. "After this, you're part of it. There's no going back to your old life." I swallowed. The cold seemed to seep into my bones. I wanted to scream that I wasn't ready, that I could find another way. A sudden crackle split the air, cold and heavy with silence, a distorted voice over a crackling speaker hidden somewhere nearby. The words were scrambled, but the tone was unmistakable, a command. The bus was coming back. The man's jaw tightened. "Come on. We have to move." We broke into a run, the fractured street twisting around us like a living maze. The city's hum turned into a low, menacing growl. The ground beneath my feet felt unstable, like walking on thin ice. Behind us, the faint glow of the bus's headlights pierced the darkness, inching closer with every heartbeat. I glanced back once. The street signs flickered wildly, the faces in the windows shifting and melting into strangers. The cold had settled deep into my bones, a slow, creeping frost that no jacket could chase away. The streetlights around us flickered erratically, like the heartbeat of some dying machine. I couldn't look away from the sign Main Street, Market Road, Main Street again, and the way the letters seemed to stretch and warp, as if they were caught in a funhouse mirror. "We're running out of time," the man said again, his voice low, urgent. His eyes never left mine. "Once the bus returns, everything changes. You won't be able to leave." Not really. I swallowed hard. My mouth was dry, but I could taste copper on my tongue, the faint echo of electricity in the air. The rumble beneath our feet was growing louder, less like a distant growl and more like the earth itself was shifting, preparing to swallow us whole. I wanted to argue, to say that I wasn't ready, that I could find some other way, any other way, but the words died before they formed. "What happens if I don't board?" I finally asked, voice barely a whisper. He hesitated. The flicker of light caught his face, casting shadows that made his jawline sharper, his eyes darker. "You won't be part of it," he said. "But the fracture, it won't let you go. You'll be lost. Between times, invisible. Forgotten. Invisible. Forgotten." The thought made my skin prickle, a cold sweat blooming across my back. The idea of drifting through some void, unanchored and unseen, was worse than any nightmare. The bus was approaching now, a distant glow against the black sky, headlights like twin stars burning through the haze. Its shape was wrong. Not quite the sleek, modern vehicle I'd grown used to, but something older, bulkier, heavier, the paint chipped and dulled. The windows were fogged, blotched with grime, the passengers inside shadows shifting like ghosts. I glanced back at the man. "What is this thing? Why does it look like that?" He shook his head. "Because it's not just one bus. It's the fracture's vessel. Every time it returns, it carries a different decade, a different set of passengers. And each time, the timeline shifts further." I wanted to protest, to say that this made no sense. But the chill in the air, the hum of electricity, the way the world around us seemed to warp and pulse, it was undeniable. The bus stopped a few feet away, its doors creaking open with a sound like a groan. The streetlights flickered violently, then went dark for a split second before snapping back. I stepped forward, my fingers trembling as I reached for the railing. The man grabbed my arm. "Wait," he said. "You don't know what's inside." I hesitated. Then, curiosity, a reckless, desperate kind, won out. I climbed the steps, the bus smelling of damp leather and something sour, like old sweat and stale breath. The air inside was thick, heavy. A faint buzzing filled my ears, making it hard to think. Passengers sat in rows, faces blurred, some turned away, others staring blankly forward. I recognized none of them. Some wore clothes that looked decades out of place, flared pants and polyester shirts, others in faded wool coats that could have been from the 1940s. The bus was a museum of lost time, every seat occupied by a stranger pulled from a fractured past. I took a seat near the back, my heart hammering against my ribs. The windows began to fog, the outside world twisting again. The bus jerked forward with a lurch that sent a wave of nausea through me. Minutes passed. Then the lights flickered again. The passengers shifted, their forms blurring and sharpening, faces changing like masks. I blinked, trying to hold on to something real. A woman across the aisle caught my eye. She wore a simple dress, her hair pinned back in a style I couldn't place. Her eyes were wide, terrified, scanning the windows like she was waiting for something or someone. She mouthed a name I couldn't hear. The bus jolted violently. The woman gasped, gripping the seat in front of her. I felt the temperature drop, the air turning sharp, biting at my exposed skin. My breath came out in short puffs, fogging the glass beside me. Suddenly, the bus plunged into darkness. The overhead lights died, leaving us in near-complete blackness. The only illumination came from the erratic blinking of the emergency exit sign, its red glow casting long, twisting shadows. The passengers stirred, murmurs rippling through the cramped space. Fear was thick enough to taste. "What's happening?" a man near the front whispered. The woman beside me leaned close, voice trembling. "It's the fracture. It's getting worse. It's breaking apart." The bus lurched again, throwing me against the window. A sharp metallic scent filled the air, a mix of ozone and something else, like burnt rubber. My hands trembled as I gripped the seat. I thought about the man's warning, no going back. The fracture spreading. The bus as a vessel, carrying us further into something unknown. A sudden, sharp tapping noise started, echoing through the bus. It was slow at first, then faster, like fingernails against metal. I couldn't tell where it was coming from. The sound sent a shiver down my spine. The woman whispered, "It's the passengers. They're changing." I turned slowly to look at her. Her face was pale, eyes wide with dread. "Changing how?" I asked, voice tight. She swallowed hard, glancing around nervously. "Some of them, they're not who they were. They don't remember their own names. Some say things that don't make sense. They look at you like you're a stranger, but you know you've seen them before. It's like they're trapped between memories, losing themselves." I stared at the other passengers. Some were whispering to themselves, others staring blankly ahead. A few looked directly at me, eyes sharp, accusing. Maybe the woman was right. Maybe we were all slipping, falling through fractured mirrors, losing pieces of ourselves with every flicker. The tapping grew louder, more insistent. I looked around, heart pounding. The bus smelled like old leather and damp wool when I climbed aboard that morning, the air thick with the faint, sour tang of stale coffee and something metallic, maybe rusted pipes or forgotten pennies. The driver's seat was empty, the engine humming softly but unevenly, like it was gasping for breath. I stared down the aisle, half expecting to see familiar faces, but the rows were deserted, the windows blurred with condensation. There was no usual chatter. No clatter of footsteps or distant rattle of morning news broadcasts. Just silence. Complete silence. I hesitated, fingers curling around the cold metal pole by the door. The bus felt different this time, older, somehow. The faded green upholstery on the seats was cracked and brittle, a heavy dust layer settled over the floor, and the fluorescent lights flickered with a tired, intermittent buzz. My chest tightened, breath catching in my throat. The bus was stuck again. This wasn't a new thing anymore. It was the pattern. I stepped down the aisle, the soles of my shoes scraping softly against the gritty floor. I expected to see someone, anyone, but the seats were empty, except for a single folded newspaper resting on the third row. The headline was smudged, the date barely legible, 1968. My fingers trembled as I picked it up. The world had shifted again, back decades, into a past I could barely navigate. I sat down, the cracked vinyl cool against my skin, and stared out the window. Outside, the city breathed a different breath. No cars, just bicycles clattering past on cobblestone streets. Men in hats, women in dresses that swayed like whispers, and storefronts lined with signs painted in fading ink. I was watching history unfold in reverse. The bus jolted, and the door hissed shut behind me. I was trapped again, caught between moments that didn't belong to me. I ran my hand over the newspaper's coarse paper, its edges brittle, and looked up. The street scene outside was alive but muted, like a faded photograph. Then, a voice, soft, hesitant. "You're not from here, are you?" I turned. A woman sat across the aisle, her eyes wide, wary. She wore a dress that looked a little too formal for the time, a pin tucked near her collar. Her hair was pulled back tightly, strands escaping like loose threads. She smelled faintly of lavender and something sharp, maybe peppermint. "I'm not sure," I said, voice hoarse. She nodded, as if that explained everything. "They don't like strangers." "Not here," she said quietly, biting her lip. "You have to be careful." Her words sent a shiver through me, but not the kind I expected. It wasn't fear exactly. More like the sinking realization that I was an anomaly in this fractured time, an outsider in a world that didn't want me. "What do you mean?" I asked. She glanced out the window, eyes narrowing. "This place. It's complicated. People disappear. Things change. You can't trust what you see." I swallowed hard, trying to steady my racing thoughts. I've been stuck on this bus for weeks. Every morning, it flickers between decades. Faces vanish, new ones appear. I'm trying to figure out why. She nodded slowly, like she'd heard stories similar to mine. "There's a pattern. Something about this bus. It's tied to this stop. The city's forgotten it, but it's a crossroads. Not just of streets, but of time." I stared at her, my mind racing. "A crossroads?" "Yes. Not in any supernatural sense. It's more psychological. The city's layers overlap here. People get trapped in their own memories, fears. Some lose themselves completely." Her words settled around me like a fog. I realized then that the danger wasn't ghosts or magic, it was the weight of human minds, tangled and fractured, bleeding into each other. The bus was a vessel for that confusion, carrying us through shifting realities born from collective trauma, denial, and memory. "Is there a way out?" I asked. She hesitated. "Maybe. But it's not easy. You have to confront what's anchoring you here. Face the past you're running from." I clenched my fists. I thought of the faces I'd lost on this ride, people who blinked out like candles snuffed by an unforgiving wind. The fear, the loneliness, the sharp sting of being forgotten. What if I don't want to face it? I whispered. Her eyes softened. Then you'll stay trapped. And the bus will keep flickering, dragging you further from the present. The bus lurched again, the lights flickering violently, casting long, spindly shadows across the seats. Outside, the city seemed to ripple, shifting like heat haze. I closed my eyes, trying to steady the storm inside me. Memories danced at the edges of my mind, my father's hollow glance before he disappeared, the day I left my childhood home, the silence that followed. I'd been running from those ghosts, chasing a future that kept unraveling. When I opened my eyes, the woman was gone. The bus was empty once more, the newspaper lying untouched on the seat beside me. The engine hummed, steady now. I stood, feeling the bus sway beneath my feet. The doors slid open, revealing the familiar chaos of the present-day city. The air smelled of rain and exhaust, sharp and real. Stepping off, I breathed it in deeply. The sounds of honking cars, distant sirens, snippets of conversation, all messy and alive. The bus pulled away behind me, its faded green paint glinting under the overcast sky. I didn't look back. For the first time in weeks, I felt something close to peace, though a dull ache lingered in my chest. I understood now. The bus wasn't just a trap of time, it was a mirror, reflecting parts of myself I'd ignored, pieces I had to accept. The city moved forward, indifferent but relentless. I realized I had to do the same. As I walked away, the rain began to fall, soft and steady, washing the streets clean. My shoes splashed through puddles, each step grounding me more firmly in the now. I didn't know what awaited me beyond the next corner, but I was ready to face it. Not as a passenger lost in shifting decades, but as someone reclaiming time one moment at a time. The past would always be there, shadows in the corners. But I wouldn't let it define me anymore. And somehow, that was enough. Story 4, Frozen Departure, Time Distortion at the Ferry Terminal. The ferry terminal smelled like damp concrete and old diesel. I had been coming here twice a week for the last year, usually taking the 7:15 crossing. The routine was simple. Buy a ticket, wait in the small waiting area, then board the ferry. I liked the quiet time on the water, the way the city slowly blurred into a smear of color behind me. It was a momentary escape from the 6 days a week I spent hunched over a desk, chasing deadlines that didn't care if I was tired or not. That morning, though, something was off. I couldn't say exactly what at first, no glaring alarms or flashing signs. Just a sense of rawness, like stepping into a room and noticing the furniture has been moved an inch to the left. When I checked my watch, the second hand was stuck, refusing to move. I blinked and looked again. It jumped forward 10 seconds at once. Odd, but probably just the cheap watch battery dying. The information board flickered above the ticket counter, the letters and the destination scrolling erratically. Harborview, East Point, Harborview. Then a garbled jumble of characters I couldn't make out. I frowned and glanced around. The terminal was quieter than usual. No children dragging their parents toward the snack kiosk, no old men with fishing rods slumped on the benches. Even the usual smell of salty sea air was faint, almost absent. I moved toward the ticket counter. The clerk, a middle-aged woman with a tired smile and a name tag reading Sally, looked up, but her eyes seemed unfocused. "Good morning," I said, clearing my throat. She blinked and nodded as if waking from a daydream. "Morning. Ticket?" Her voice was flat, like she was reading words she didn't understand. "Harborview, 7:15. I placed a $10 bill on the counter. She took it mechanically, then handed me a ticket printed on thin, scratchy paper. The date on the ticket was wrong, 2 days earlier than today. I frowned, holding it closer. Is this right? I asked. Sally glanced at it, her brow furrowing. That's what the system says. I laughed nervously. That can't be. Today's the 14th. She shrugged, but the movement was slow, like she was resisting. Maybe a glitch in the machine. I tucked the ticket into my coat pocket and stepped toward the waiting area. The stale air made me cough. The benches were empty except for an old man in a wrinkled coat, staring out the window at the water. He looked up as I sat nearby, his pale eyes unsettling. He nodded once, then turned back to the fogged glass. I pulled out my phone. No signal. The screen showed no service in bold letters. Odd for a terminal connected to the city so closely. I tried again, tapping the screen, but nothing. A sharp whistle blew from the dockside. The ferry was arriving. The water was still, without the usual ripple of waves from passing boats. A seagull called overhead, its cry echoing strangely, too loud, too close. I stood and made my way to the boarding ramp. The gangway was slick with moisture, and the metal rail felt cold and rough beneath my fingers. As I stepped onto the ferry, a faint, metallic taste rose in my mouth. Maybe I'd swallowed too much air or the ferry's exhaust was worse than usual. The cabin was dim, rows of plastic seats neatly aligned. A few passengers sat scattered, their faces turned away or obscured by hats. One woman glanced at me with a blank expression, then quickly looked away. I sat near the window, watching the city's skyline disappear behind us as the ferry pulled away. The hum of the engines was steady, a low vibration beneath my feet. I closed my eyes for a moment, trying to shake off the strange feeling in my chest. When I opened them again, the view outside had changed. The buildings looked different, older, worn. The billboard I'd passed every day advertising a new cafe was gone, replaced by peeling paint and faded posters. The streets below were nearly empty. I frowned. Maybe I dozed off and dreamed it. The ferry docked. The ramp lowered with a thud. I stepped off, trying to spot something familiar. The air smelled different, less salt, more exhaust, and something metallic. A distant siren wailed, but it was faint, almost hesitant. I pulled out the ticket again. The date printed on it was still 2 days earlier. I glanced at my phone. No service. The city felt wrong, like a photograph that had been left in the sun too long, colors washed out and edges blurred. I walked toward the bus stop, hoping to find anyone to ask what was going on. The streets were quieter than usual, the usual hum of city life replaced by an eerie stillness. A few people passed, but their faces were unfamiliar, their eyes avoiding mine. I caught a glimpse of one man in a business suit who looked at me with a cold, calculating gaze, then hurried away. I stopped in front of a newsstand. The headlines were dated 2 days earlier, the paper crisp and uncreased. The stories were mundane local politics, weather forecasts, but none mentioned the ferry or anything unusual. I felt a tightness in my chest. Maybe I'd missed something. Maybe I was overthinking it. But the sense of displacement gnawed at me, a whisper that grew louder with every step. I pulled the collar of my jacket up against the chill and kept walking, wondering if I was the only one trapped between the tides of time that morning. The city had shifted beneath my feet, and I wasn't sure if I was sinking or rising. At the corner, a man in a dark coat approached, his face hidden beneath the brim of a hat. He stopped beside me and said, "You're not supposed to be here." His voice was low, almost a warning. I swallowed, my hands trembling. "What do you mean?" He glanced around, then leaned in closer. "The ferry doesn't just cross water anymore. It crosses something else." He straightened and walked away, disappearing into the crowd. I stood frozen, watching his retreating figure. The terminal, the city, the date on my ticket, it was all wrong. And I wasn't sure if I wanted to find out why. But I had to. If I was going to keep myself from disappearing into whatever this was, I needed to understand the patterns. Before I lost myself completely. Silence. Complete silence. Then the distant clang of the ferry bell echoed through the empty streets. The ferry bell tolled again, sharp and hollow, cutting through the silence that had settled over the empty streets like a shroud. The man's words kept replaying in my mind. The ferry doesn't just cross water anymore. It crosses something else. I didn't know what something else was, but I could feel it like a shadow creeping beneath the surface of everything I thought I knew. The city's pulse was off. The streets weren't just unfamiliar, they were unrecognizable. Familiar faces vanished, replaced by strangers with hollow eyes or smiles that didn't quite reach their skin. I had to get a grip. I couldn't drift. Not now. Not when the ground beneath me felt more like quicksand. I pulled my jacket tighter and turned back toward the terminal. The place was a cavern of echoes and flickering fluorescent lights, the hum of the overhead bulbs matching the static in my head. The ticket counter was deserted. The windows, smeared with salt and grime, distorted the few streetlights that tried to pierce the fog outside. I paced along the rows of benches, my fingers brushing against chipped wood and cold metal. The smell of old paper and stale coffee lingered in the air. A lost newspaper lay folded beneath one bench, its date stamped 2 weeks earlier than the last time I remembered. That was impossible. I'd left home yesterday. How could the calendar be wrong? A sudden clatter startled me. A pile of discarded brochures tumbled from a nearby rack, their glossy covers fluttering to the floor like dead leaves. I stooped to gather them, scanning the headlines, ferry schedule updates, city waterfront redevelopment, lost and found. Nothing seemed out of place, yet everything felt wrong. I tried the terminal's information kiosk. The touch screen blinked erratically, freezing on a map of the city that looked nothing like the one I'd studied in the guidebook. Streets curved where they should be straight, buildings appeared and disappeared like ghosts. I tapped and swiped, heart picking up pace, until the screen finally displayed a series of dates, some in the past, others in the future, with ferry times that made no chronological sense. Why? I whispered, voice cracking. What is this place? Before I could wrestle with the kiosk any longer, footsteps echoed down the corridor. I spun around. A woman appeared, her face pale and drawn, eyes too wide and bright under the harsh lights. She looked like she'd been running. "Are you here for the ferry?" she asked, voice low, urgent. I nodded, swallowing hard. Yes. But it's not right. The city, everything, it's changed. The dates don't add up. People vanish. She glanced over her shoulder, then back at me. You're not the only one noticing. I've been keeping track. Her fingers trembled as she pulled a folded notebook from her bag, pages dense with notes and scribbles. Look at this. I took the notebook, its edges worn, the handwriting hurried but meticulous. She flipped to a page marked with a red circle. Dates and times jumbled together, crossing out and corrections scrawled in margins. Passengers board the ferry, but they don't arrive where or when they expect, she said. Sometimes it's hours. Sometimes days. Weeks, even. And the city, it's not the same. People disappear. Or reappear, changed. My hands shook. How did you find this out? By watching. By talking to others. There's a group, a kind of unofficial network, trying to piece it together. We meet here, at the terminal, at odd hours. We share what we've seen, what's happened to us. But the authorities? They act like nothing's wrong. Like it's all routine. I glanced down the corridor. The lights flickered again, shadows stretching and shrinking with a slow pulse. I could feel eyes, somewhere beyond the fog, watching. Waiting. Why does this happen? I asked, voice barely above a whisper. She hesitated. No one knows. Some say it's a glitch in the system, the ferry company, the city planners, whoever's in charge trying to cover something up. Others think it's more psychological. People losing track of time, memories slipping away. But I don't believe it's natural. I frowned. You don't believe in ghosts. Neither do I. No, she said firmly. But I do believe in people who will do anything to keep this secret. People who don't want the truth getting out. Her words settled heavy in the stale air. I thought about the man in the dark coat, the warning in his voice, the way he vanished like smoke. I swallowed the lump in my throat. What's your name? I asked. Lena, she said. And you? Mark. Lena nodded, her gaze steady. Mark, if you're serious about figuring this out, you need to be careful. The terminal isn't just a place where time warps. It's a crossroads where people can get lost forever. And sometimes, the ones in charge send people to make sure you don't dig too deep. The chill in her voice drew a bead of sweat down my spine. I had thought the city itself was the enemy, but it was the people, the unseen ones, who scared me most. Have you met any of these people in charge? I asked. She hesitated, biting her lip. Not directly. But I've seen them. Men in plain clothes, always watching. They ask questions, indirect, polite, but with a sharp edge. They show up at the terminal, then disappear just as quietly. Like they're pulling strings behind the scenes. I swallowed hard, trying to steady my breathing. The weight of it all pressed down, a slow, crushing tide. I didn't want to believe her. But the evidence was piling up, and I was already caught in it. The distant sound of a ferry horn broke through the terminal's walls, low and mournful. Lena glanced toward the doors, eyes narrowing. They're coming, she said. We need to move. I nodded, clutching the notebook like a lifeline. Together, we slipped into the shadows of the terminal's back corridors, where the air smelled of damp concrete and forgotten memories. As we walked, Lena spoke softly, outlining what she'd learned. The ferry crossings weren't random. There was a pattern hidden in the schedules, in the passengers who boarded at odd times, in the tickets stamped with inconsistent dates. Some people were trapped in loops, reliving the same days over and over. Others vanished completely, swallowed by the city's shifting tides. I couldn't shake the image of the man in the dark coat, his warning echoing in the spaces between her words. I wondered if he was one of them, someone trying to warn me before it was too late. We reached a small room cluttered with maps, photographs, and more notebooks pinned against the walls. A single bulb hung overhead, casting a weak, yellow glow. Mark, Lena said, introducing me. We've been waiting for someone like you. I swallowed again. Waiting for me? That was impossible. I was just a bystander, an accidental witness. One of the men, middle-aged with salt and pepper hair, leaned forward. You've seen the signs, he said quietly. Now, it's time you understand the rules. He slid a folder across the table. Inside were photographs, grainy images of passengers stepping off the ferry, timestamps that didn't match the city around them. Faces blurred, places unrecognizable. Some images were marked with red ink, others crossed out. The ferry terminal isn't just a transit point, the woman explained, voice low and steady. It's a node in a system designed to control movement, time, and memory. But who set it up, and why, we still don't know. All we have are fragments. I glanced at the photos, feeling a growing knot in my stomach. These were people like me, caught between moments, drifting through days that weren't theirs. Have you tried to leave? I asked. Once. The air was thick with the smell of mildew and stale cigarette smoke, hanging in the cramped room like a shadow. I rubbed my eyes under the weak yellow bulb, trying to make sense of the chaos pinned to the walls, maps dotted with red ink, photographs with faces blurred and torn, pages of scribbled notes curling at the edges. Lena sat cross-legged on the cracked linoleum floor, her fingers tracing a route across one map that jumped from one faded ferry schedule to the next. They're not just random dates, she said quietly, not looking up. It's a cycle. A loop that tightens depending on who crosses when. I shifted my weight against the rough plaster wall, the cold seeping through my jacket. The notebook was still clutched in my hand, its pages pressed flat by my grip. I didn't want to look away from the maps. Somehow, if I stared hard enough, the patterns might start making sense. But they didn't. Not yet. What if you don't cross at the right time? I asked, voice low. What happens then? Lena's eyes met mine, sharp and tired. You get stuck. Either in the past or the future, sometimes both. You live those days again, or vanish entirely. You become part of the terminals. Inventory. The word made my stomach twist. Inventory. Like a crate of forgotten goods, or some nameless package lost in a warehouse. Not a person. Not a human being. I swallowed hard. And the man in the dark coat? The one who warned me. She hesitated. He's different. I think he's been trying to break out of the cycle. Or maybe he's been sent back to warn others, to stop the pattern from repeating. Either way, he's dangerous to the system. I nodded slowly, piecing it together. The terminal wasn't just a place where people caught ferries. It was a snare, a trap, a mechanism. And I was caught deep in its gears. From somewhere beyond the cracked door came the distant murmur of voices. Low, deliberate, patient. Like a predator waiting for the right moment to strike. They were getting closer. We don't have much time, Lena said, folding the map carefully. I've been following this for months. I've got records, logs from the terminal staff, passenger manifests, ticket stubs. I even hacked into the terminal scheduling system. There's a pattern to the crossings, but it's not consistent. It changes based on who's aboard, what time the ferry leaves, and this is the critical part, the tide. I frowned. The tide? She glanced out the grimy window where the water churned dark and restless. Yeah. The tides shift the ferry's crossing times, but the terminal. It uses the tide to anchor people to specific points in time. The crossings aren't just physical journeys. They're temporal displacements. The words felt heavier in the stale air. I wanted to argue, to find some way to dismiss what she was saying, but the truth was settling around us like dust. So, the ferry terminal is some kind of time machine? No, Lena shook her head. It's bureaucratic. It's human. The terminal is a system designed to manage people, control movement, control history. The time shifts are side effects of a flawed scheduling system combined with environmental factors. But no one admits it. No one wants to fix it because it's convenient for some. I blinked, trying to digest that. Convenient for some? Who would benefit from people disappearing into different versions of the city? Who was running this? The voices outside grew louder. I could hear the scrape of shoes on concrete, the faint click of keys being turned. They were searching for us. Lena, I whispered, What are we going to do? If this is a system, a twisted sort of government or corporate experiment, how do we get out? She hesitated again, then pulled out a folded sheet from her coat pocket. It was a printout, rows of names and times, a schedule of sorts. This, she said, voice barely above a whisper, is the terminal's master log. It shows every crossing, every passenger, where and when they're supposed to be. But the problem is, once you cross, your record disappears. You're erased from the official timeline. My heart thudded painfully. Erased? From the system's perspective, yes. You become a ghost, unregistered, untraceable. Sometimes you appear in the city, but the people you know don't remember you. Or worse, they remember you wrong. I ran a hand through my hair, feeling the weight of it all crashing down. So, no way out unless we manipulate the schedule? Lena's eyes gleamed with something like hope. Exactly. If we can find a crossing time that returns us to the present, the version of the city we remember, then maybe we can escape the loop. I wanted to believe her. I really did. But the flicker of doubt was already there, gnawing at me. What if the present I remembered was already gone? Suddenly, the door rattled. Heavy footsteps approached, deliberate and slow. Lena's face hardened. They found us. We scrambled to hide behind a rusted filing cabinet, the metal cold against my skin. I could hear muffled voices through the thin walls. Check the back corridors, one said. They can't have gone far. My throat tightened. I wanted to scream, to tell them we were innocent, but my voice caught in my chest. I gripped Lena's hand, feeling her tremble beside me. Listen, she whispered, we have to move. Now! I nodded, heart pounding so loud I thought it would betray us. We slipped out of the room, the smell of damp plaster and old paper fading as we crept down the narrow corridor. The terminal felt like a maze, each twist and turn more disorienting than the last. As we moved, I glanced at my notebook. A faint, unnatural stillness hung in the air, as if the world itself were holding its breath beneath the gray morning sky. At the corridor's end was a service elevator, rusted and creaking. Lena pressed the call button, and the slow thud of its arrival echoed in the silence. The doors slid open with a groan, revealing a cramped metal box with peeling paint. We stepped inside. I pressed the button for the lower level, and the elevator shuddered downward. The walls closed in, the faint hum of machinery vibrating through the floor. Then Lena looked at me, her eyes dark and serious. There's something else, she said. Something I didn't tell you. My stomach tightened. What? She swallowed hard, biting her lip. If we cross again, if we try to fix this, we can't turn back. Not really. The terminal doesn't just trap your time. It traps your choices. Once you commit, the rest of your timeline unravels. People you know, people you care about, they'll forget you. Or worse, you'll become a part of the system yourself. The elevator jolted to a stop. The doors slid open onto a dimly lit loading dock, the smell of salt and rust thick in the air, cold and heavy with silence. Outside, the water lapped against the pier, dark and endless. I looked at Lena. The weight of her words pressed down on me. There was no turning back. I was already caught in the tide. She stepped forward, pulling a crumpled ferry ticket from her pocket. The date was stamped 3 days from now. The time was odd, 3:07 a.m. Ready? She asked. I hesitated, feeling the cold sea breeze bite at my face, the distant sound of the city's restless hum. The terminal's secrets were unraveling, but so was my grip on reality. I nodded, swallowing hard. Ready. As we moved toward the waiting ferry, a sudden chill crawled up my spine. The shadows around the terminal seemed to shift, folding in on themselves. This time, I knew. There was no escape. Not yet. Only forward. We slipped down the corridor, the faded linoleum sticky under our feet, the air thick with the smell of mildew and something metallic, old pipes leaking, maybe, or rusted machine grease. My notebook was clutched tight against my chest, pages crumpled from my grip. Lena's breath was shallow, her footsteps almost soundless beside me. The voices had faded, but the tension clung to the walls like a second skin. Do you think they're after us because we know something? I whispered. My voice felt fragile, like it might shatter the silence and give us away. Lena shook her head. No. It's not just us. They want control over the crossings. Over time itself. Her eyes darted toward the end of the hall, wary. I swallowed hard. The idea made my head swim. Time control sounded absurd, like something out of a bad sci-fi movie. But the things I'd seen, those impossible passenger logs, the warped cityscapes, the missing faces, it all pointed in one direction. There was a human hand behind this madness, a human agenda. A flicker in the dim light caught my eye, a door ajar at the corridor's end. Behind it, a faint glow pulsed, like a heartbeat. Lena glanced at me, then nodded. We crept closer, hands trembling, senses straining for any sound beyond the alarm. Inside, a small room walls lined with monitors, maps pinned in chaotic clusters, cables sneaking across the floor like veins. Screens flickered with images of the terminal, ferry routes, and fragments of city streets from different years. The air smelled of burnt coffee and stale cigarettes. At the center, a man sat hunched over a desk, fingers flying across a keyboard. His face was pale, eyes bloodshot, a wild exhaustion etched into every line. He looked up as we entered, surprise flashing across his features before settling into wary calculation. Who are you? His voice was gravelly but steady. I took a step forward, gripping Lena's arm. We need to understand what's happening here. Why the crossings drop people into different times. Why the city is changing. He studied us, a flicker of something like recognition in his gaze. You don't know what you're dealing with. This place, this terminal, isn't just a ferry dock. It's a node. A control point for temporal shifts caused by experiments. Government experiments, corporate greed. No one cares about the people caught in between. Lena's voice was sharp. Why involve innocent passengers? Why not shut it down? The man's laugh was hollow. Because the data's valuable. Because they want to rewrite history, or at least manipulate it. People like us trapped in limbo are collateral damage, erased or ignored. I blinked, trying to process. The terminal wasn't some glitch or accident. It was designed that way, a tool of manipulation. And we were pawns. Suddenly, the door behind us slammed. Footsteps thundered. The man's expression hardened. They're here. Lena grabbed my hand again. We have to move. Now! We darted out, the monitor's glow fading behind us. The corridors twisted, unfamiliar, the walls seeming to close in. Panic bubbled beneath my skin, my pulse a frantic drum in my ears. Where now? I gasped. Anywhere but here, Lena said, pulling me toward a stairwell. We descended into darkness, the stairwell narrow and steep, the air growing colder with each step. Our footsteps echoed, swallowed by the void. At the bottom, a heavy metal door barred our way. I rapped my fist against it, heart sinking as it resisted. Help me, Lena urged, her breath fogging in the chill. The door gave way with a groan. We spilled into a cavernous underground space, the terminal's forgotten bowels. Pipes snaked overhead, dripping water onto the concrete floor. Shadows clung to every corner, whispering secrets I couldn't quite hear. A faint light flickered ahead. We followed it, the sound of dripping water mingling with distant murmurs. Suddenly, a figure stepped from the shadows, a woman, her face pale, eyes wide with a mixture of fear and resolve. "You don't belong here," she said. Her voice was low, urgent. "But if you want answers, you'll come with me." I glanced at Lena, then back at the woman. The choice was clear. Trust a stranger, or be caught in the terminal's endless maze. The woman led us deeper into the darkness, past rusted machinery and piles of discarded papers, logs, manifests, notes scribbled in frantic handwriting. She stopped before a rusted door, pushing it open to reveal a small room bathed in cold, artificial light. On the walls, maps of the city overlapped with dates, times, and strange symbols. A large whiteboard bore hastily drawn charts, connections between crossings, passengers, and temporal shifts. The woman pointed to a cluster of notes. The ferry terminal smelled like damp concrete and stale coffee, the familiar scent twisting into something sour, almost metallic. I stood near the ticket counter, gripping the edge with knuckles white enough to hurt, watching the tide of passengers shuffle on and off. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, flickering in a rhythm that felt less accidental with each passing second. Outside, the ferry's horn blared a low, mournful sound that seemed to echo not just across the water but through time itself. I had spent weeks chasing patterns, scribbling notes in a battered notebook, trying to decode the terminal's strange influence on time. Each crossing wasn't just a trip, it was a displacement, a slicing of reality that tossed everyone aboard into unfamiliar versions of the city. People vanished, reappeared warped, or simply ceased to exist. I'd watched friends become strangers, and strangers become ghosts. But today, I thought, maybe today, I'd find a way back. I remembered the man I'd met in the 1970s version of the city, the one who worked at the Lost Archive office. He'd hinted that the terminal wasn't exactly a place but a kind of junction and intersection of bureaucratic error, urban development, and decades of mismanaged records. No magic, no curses. Just layers of human failure stacked so thick they bent time's edges. At first, it had sounded like nonsense. But after all the crossings, seeing the same faded notices pinned to different walls in different decades, the same broken vending machines, the same rusted railing with a loose bolt, it started to make sense. The terminal was a knot in the city's fabric, a glitch born from neglect and miscommunication. But if I could understand its mechanism, I might undo the damage. I might return to my own time. The terminal's bulletin board was a mess of faded notices, some from years before I was born, others freshly printed. I scanned them, searching for anomalies. Then I found it, a small, almost imperceptible scrawl on the back of a maintenance schedule. Crossings align with tide and shift when the manifest is incomplete. That was it. The ferry's manifest. Every crossing I'd taken, the manifest had been wrong, passengers missing, duplicates appearing, the crew unaware or unwilling to explain. It wasn't supernatural. It was a bureaucratic nightmare. I had to find the manifest for the next crossing and fix it. I approached the small office marked Terminal Operations, the door scratched and faded. Inside, the air was stale, the smell of old paper thick enough to choke. A middle-aged woman looked up from a cluttered desk. Her name tag said Elaine. "Can I help you?" she asked, voice clipped but not unkind. I hesitated. "I'm trying to understand the ferry's records. The manifests. There's something wrong with them." Elaine sighed, rubbing her temples. "Everyone's been saying that, but who's listening? We're stuck with the system we've got. Is there a way to see the manifest before the next crossing?" I asked. She stared at me a moment, then nodded. I can pull it up, but it's messy. You might have to sort through a lot of errors. I spent the next hour sifting through digital logs and paper backups. Names duplicated, missing, time shifted by hours or days. The manifest was a mess, but I noticed a pattern: errors clustered around passengers who boarded without tickets, or whose tickets didn't match the ferry's capacity. I found my own name listed twice for the next crossing, once with a ticket and once without. The mismatch was causing the temporal shifts. If I could delete the extra entry, maybe. The announcement crackled over the PA system: ferry to Pier 3 departing in 15 minutes. The terminal seemed to hold its breath. I printed a corrected manifest, hands trembling. Elaine watched silently, her eyes sharp despite the exhaustion. "Go on," she said. "Fix it." I handed the new list to the clerk at the boarding gate. He glanced at it, frowned, then nodded. The ferry began to board. The salt air hit me as I stepped onto the deck. The city skyline was hazy, blurred by a fog that looked older than time itself. I gripped the railing, waiting for the ferry to pull away. The horns sounded again, long and low. The vessel lurched, engines thrumming deep beneath my feet. For a moment, everything went still. Then the city snapped into focus: streets, faces, sounds, all familiar. The year on the clock tower outside read 2024. My year. I exhaled a breath I hadn't realized I'd been holding. Back on dry land, the terminal buzzed with normal activity. People laughed, argued about lost tickets, checked their phones. The strange emptiness I'd grown used to, the eerie absence of familiar faces, was gone. Even the posters on the walls were current, not faded and peeling. I walked through the terminal, touching the rough plaster walls, the cold metal railings. The air smelled of fresh paint and coffee. No sour tang. No metallic hint. I found Elaine near the ticket counter. "You fixed it," she said, her voice softer now. "Or maybe you just figured it out. Either way, it's stable." I nodded, swallowing hard. It was the manifest. The errors. They caused the shifts. She smiled, a rare, genuine thing. Sometimes, all it takes is someone willing to dig through the mess. That night, I sat on my apartment balcony overlooking the harbor. The city hummed with life, simple and unassuming, completely unaware of what had nearly unraveled beneath its feet. The tide lapped gently against the shore, steady and predictable. I thought about the people I'd met, those lost in time, those who became strangers to their own lives. I thought about my own reflection, how it had flickered between moments of certainty and confusion. The terminal had tested me more than I ever expected. But I was whole now. Grounded. Still, the experience left an imprint. I caught myself staring at crowds, wondering who might be slipping through the cracks. I heard the distant horn of the ferry and felt a shiver, not of fear, but of respect. Time could be fragile, easily bent by human error and neglect. The terminal was just a symptom of a deeper, tangled system. And systems, no matter how broken, could be fixed. I closed my eyes, listening to the night. The city breathed around me, a living thing, imperfect and beautiful. My hands rested on the balcony's cold railing, steady now, no longer trembling. I was home. And that was enough. Story 5, Tunnel of Lies, Haunting Secrets Beneath the Subway. The subway smelled like burnt coffee and old metal, nothing new there. I glanced at my watch. 6:47 p.m. The platform was sparsely crowded for rush hour, which was odd but not unheard of. Most people were glued to their phones or earbuds, avoiding eye contact like it was a contagious disease. I tried to read the digital info board above the turnstiles, but the scrolling text was jittery, like it had a weak connection. The usual arrival times blinked in and out, 2 minutes, then 5 minutes. Nothing that made me stop and think yet. I slid my hands in my jacket pockets, the familiar roughness of my keys pressing against my fingers. My breath escaped in visible puffs. The station's damp air was colder than usual. Maybe it was just the early spring chill settling in. The smell of damp concrete mixed with the faint chemical tang of cleaning agents lingered behind the usual odor. It wasn't unpleasant, just off. Like the station was holding its breath. The train arrived with its usual screech, brakes shrieking against the rails. Doors hissed open. I stepped inside, nodding to the conductor who glanced up briefly from his console but didn't smile. The carriage was almost empty. I found a seat near the window, peeling off my scarf, trying to settle into the familiar rhythm of the ride home. The windows reflected the dim tunnel lights, but for a moment I thought I saw a flicker of something else, movement in the corner of my eye, just beyond the glass. I turned my head fast, but the tunnel was empty. Maybe it was a trick of the light. I shook my head, running a hand through my hair. The train lurched forward, clattering along the tracks with that deep, rhythmic thrum that always made my thoughts wander. I watched the stations pass by, names I knew by heart: West 4th, Christopher Street, Houston. The usual blur of graffiti-covered walls. Then, an announcement crackled over the speakers, but it was faint and garbled, like the volume was turned down too low. I leaned closer to the speaker, trying to catch the words. Attention. Passengers. Platform change. Service disruption. The rest was drowned by static. The lights flickered for a moment, and the carriage jolted sharply. Passengers shifted uneasily. A woman a few seats down muttered something under her breath, tightening her grip on her tote bag. I pulled out my phone, hoping for a service update. No signal. Just the spinning loading icon. I sighed. Typical subway nonsense. Then, my phone buzzed. A text. From an unknown number. Don't trust the tunnel. I stared at the screen. My fingers trembled slightly. Was this some prank? A wrong number? I typed back, "Who's this?" but my message stayed on sending forever. I looked up. The carriage had grown quieter. The usual background chatter and shuffling were gone. A thick silence fell over us, the kind that feels heavy in your chest. Something wasn't right. The digital display above the door blinked again. This time, the message was different. Not the usual station names or service updates. Just one word, glowing in harsh red letters: leave. I blinked. Twice. Then looked away, half expecting the screen to reset. But it stayed. Did you see that? The woman beside me, her voice low and shaky. I nodded, forcing a smile. Probably a system glitch. She frowned but said nothing more. The train slowed, pulling into the next station. I caught a glimpse through the window. The platform looked empty. No commuters waiting. Not a single soul. That was odd. The doors hissed open. I looked around. No one moved. The woman beside me clutched her bag tighter. I stepped off the train, the platform beneath my shoes feeling colder than before. The air smelled like something forgotten, a faint metallic tang that made my throat tighten. I glanced down the platform. The usual signs were there, but something was subtly wrong. The station name was misspelled. Christopher Street instead of Christopher Street. I blinked hard. Maybe my eyes were tired. Then I noticed the posters lining the walls. They were familiar, the same ones from last week, but faces in them had been altered, photographs blurred or scratched out, names erased. A shiver ran down my spine. I walked toward the exit, my footsteps echoing oddly in the cavernous space. The station felt less like a public place and more like a set, carefully arranged but with something missing. No background noise. No chatter. Just the faint hum of the station's electrical systems. I reached for my phone again. Still no signal. Then I heard a faint whisper, low and indistinct, coming from the digital sign near the escalators. Go back. I stopped, heart hammering. The voice was mechanical, distorted, but unmistakably human. No one else was around. I took a step back. The escalator display above flickered, "Do not proceed." I stared at it, a cold sweat breaking out along my spine. I wanted to laugh it off, to tell myself it was some weird glitch or some prank by the transit authority. But my gut clenched. I turned, heading back to the train. The platform was still empty. The train doors had closed. The carriage lights were dimmed, casting long shadows inside. I climbed aboard, sliding into my seat, trying to steady my breathing. The train started moving again, but this time, the scenery outside the window didn't match the usual stations. Buildings looked different. Streets were quieter. People were absent. I blinked hard, trying to shake the feeling that I'd stepped into a different city altogether. The digital board flickered again. This time, the message was a series of numbers, random and meaningless at first glance. But I caught a pattern, an address I recognized. My own apartment building. I swallowed hard. The train continued its slow, grinding journey, deeper into the unknown. I wasn't sure if I wanted to get off. The train rattled on, the dim glow from the overhead lights casting long, wavering shadows across the scratched plastic seats. The numbers on the digital board flashed again, stubborn and insistent. That address, my apartment. I couldn't explain why it sent a shiver through me, but it did. That code wasn't random. It was a warning. Or worse, a message. When the train finally slowed to a halt, I was the only one left aboard. The platform was empty, except for a single newspaper fluttering against the wall. The headline caught my eye, "Subway system upgrades to begin next month." The date was today. I folded the paper over, the crinkle loud in the silence. "Hello?" I called out, voice cracking. No answer. I stepped off the train, my shoes echoing against the cold concrete. The station looked familiar but wrong. The usual graffiti was missing, replaced by sterile white paint. Even the faint smell of underground dampness was gone, replaced by a sterile, almost antiseptic scent. I took a breath. Something was changing. Or someone was. I pulled out my phone to call Mia. She was the only person I trusted enough to tell. She'd been my ride or die since college, sharp as a tack, with a healthy dose of skepticism that balanced my more impulsive nature. If anyone could help me make sense of this, it was her. "Hey, Mia," I said, voice low. "Something's wrong with the subway. The reality's shifting. Like it's glitching." There was a pause. "Then, you mean like a glitch in the system? Are you sure you're not just overthinking it? You've been working late." "I'm serious." The train stopped at my station, but everything outside looked like some alternate version of the city. And the digital signs, they're sending me my address in some kind of code. Okay, that's weird. Try to get off at your stop and see if everything's normal. I swallowed. I'm not sure that's a good idea. The platform was empty. No one else around. Maybe it's a maintenance thing. Like those early morning runs when they test new lines. Maybe, I said, but even as I spoke, the hairs on the back of my neck prickled. I'm going to check it out, but stay on the line. Got it. I hung up and started walking toward the exit. The station's fluorescent lights flickered overhead, creating a strobe effect that made the walls seem to pulse. The air was colder here, sharper, like the difference between winter and autumn, sudden and unexplainable. Outside, the street was deserted. No cars. No pedestrians. The city seemed to have been drained of life. I pulled my jacket tighter around me and scanned the storefronts, but all the windows were dark, the doors locked. The usual hum of the city was replaced by a distant, hollow wind that rattled the loose street signs. Then, I saw it, a figure standing across the street, just beyond a pool of flickering streetlight. The silhouette was human, but the way it stood rigid, unmoving, felt wrong. I blinked, and it was gone. I shook my head, trying to clear the creeping chill. My phone buzzed again. Mia. Did you see someone? She asked. Maybe. Across the street. But when I looked again, they vanished. Could have been a reflection. Or a trick of the light. Yeah, sure. That's what I'm telling myself. I moved cautiously down the block, eyes darting to every shadow. The city was like a paused conversation, frozen mid-sentence. I passed a coffee shop with its sign half-lit, the words hung there, flickering. Inside, the tables and chairs were stacked in a way that made no sense, like someone had hurriedly abandoned the place. As I walked, my phone buzzed with a text from an unknown number. You're looking where you shouldn't. My hands trembled, and I dropped the phone onto the pavement. I crouched to pick it up, heart thudding loud enough to drown out the silence. No one else was around. The streetlights flickered again, casting the world in a stuttering rhythm. I debated calling the police, but stopped myself. What would I say? That the subway was trapping me in distorted versions of the city? They'd think I'd lost it. Or worse, that I was some kind of paranoid nuisance. I tucked the phone in my pocket and kept moving. The street stretched endlessly ahead, the buildings growing more unfamiliar with each step. I passed a cracked window displaying a mannequin dressed in a vintage coat, its glass eyes reflecting the flickering lights. The air tasted metallic, like pennies and old batteries, a smell I couldn't place but that made my stomach turn. Suddenly, the ground underfoot shifted. The sidewalk gave way to rough gravel, then to bare earth. I stopped, looking around. This wasn't part of the route I knew. The city was bleeding into something else, something raw and unkempt. Then, from somewhere behind me, I heard a soft tapping sound. Footsteps? No! More like fingers drumming on a metal pole. I spun around, heart racing, but the street was empty again. The tapping stopped. I swallowed hard and forced myself to breathe. I couldn't let my imagination run wild. Not now. I pulled out my phone again, scrolling through messages, trying to find some pattern. Then I noticed a new notification, an app I'd never installed. It was called Tunnel Watch. Curious, I tapped it open. The screen displayed a grainy map of the subway system, but the lines weren't normal. They twisted and looped impossibly, some stations marked with red dots, others with blinking warnings, access denied, station offline. I frowned. The map was updating in real time, showing the train's movements. But there was a section of the network that was blacked out, like a blind spot. I zoomed in on the blacked out area. It covered the stretch where the train had taken me, the one that led to the distorted city. The app flashed a message, unauthorized presence detected. My breath caught. Unauthorized presence? I whispered. That's me. A sudden vibration in my pocket startled me. It was another message from the unknown number. Stop looking. You don't belong here. I stared at the screen, the weight of those words sinking deep. Someone was watching me. Someone who knew I was poking around in places I shouldn't. I slid the phone into my pocket and glanced around again. The city around me felt alive in the wrong way, like the walls were listening, waiting. A noise broke the stillness, a door creaking somewhere nearby. I wasn't alone. I moved toward the sound, heart hammering. The door was half open, revealing a narrow stairwell leading down. The faint smell of damp concrete and rust drifted up. I hesitated. I had no idea what I was getting myself into. I took a deep breath and stepped inside. The stairwell was narrow and dim, the air thick with dust and the faint hum of electricity. The walls were covered with peeling paint, and I could hear the distant drip of water echoing in the darkness. Halfway down, I stopped. The tapping sound returned, louder now, rhythmic, almost like a heartbeat. I pressed my back against the wall, trying to steady my breathing. Who's there? I called out, voice low. No answer. Just the tapping. I edged forward, the light from my phone illuminating the rough concrete steps. At the bottom, the stairwell opened into a small maintenance room filled with old equipment and tangled cables. The tapping stopped. The room was empty. But on the far wall, scrawled in faded marker, was a message: they disappear. We erase. No trace. I blinked, reading it twice. My hands went cold. That wasn't just a warning. It was a confession. Suddenly, my phone buzzed again. This time, the screen. The stairwell yawned before me like a wound in the city's skin, cold and dark, smelling of wet plaster and old metal. My hands trembled as I gripped the railing, rough and sticky with grime. The further down I went, the more the noise of the street faded, swallowed by the thick silence. No hum from the trains above. No distant chatter. Just the steady drip of water somewhere deeper in the tunnel. I swallowed hard and forced myself to go on. The door had to lead somewhere. Someone had to be behind that unauthorized presence warning on my phone. If I didn't find out who, I'd be trapped in this creeping nightmare forever. Halfway down, my phone buzzed again. I yanked it out, heart slamming against my ribs. The screen glowed with a new message: turn back now or disappear. Disappear. The word echoed in my mind like a threat, but also a promise. I slid the phone into my pocket and forced a laugh. Disappear, I whispered. Yeah, right. But something inside me was already slipping away, the part that believed I could just walk away from this. The city, the shifting tunnels, the vanishing faces, it wasn't random or accidental. Someone was behind it. Someone with enough control to bend reality just enough to erase people. I reached the bottom and found myself facing a narrow corridor, the walls stained with old graffiti and peeling paint. The air felt thicker here, heavier, like I was breathing through a wet cloth. I stepped forward, each footfall swallowed by the damp concrete. My ears caught a faint tapping sound, rhythmic, deliberate. Someone was ahead. I paused. The light was dim, flickering overhead. Fluorescent tubes buzzed and hummed, struggling to stay alive. I noticed a faint smell of something else: coffee? Cigarette smoke? The scent felt out of place, like a ghost clinging to the stale air. Hello? I called, voice low. The tapping stopped. Silence. Complete silence. Then a door at the far end creaked open. A figure stepped out, but the hallway light caught only the edge of their face. Sharp eyes. Pale skin. A thin smile that didn't reach those eyes. You shouldn't be here, the voice said, calm, almost bored. I swallowed. Neither should you, I replied, trying to keep my voice steady. Who are you? The figure shifted, stepping closer. Someone who keeps the city from breaking apart. Their smile widened. You don't belong in the tunnels beneath the tunnels. Not yet. Not yet. I echoed. My skin prickled. What does that mean? The figure's eyes flicked to something behind me, a shadow moving in the darkness. They glanced back at me, expression unreadable. You're on a path with no return. Once you cross this line, the city won't let you go. I wanted to ask what line, but before I could, the figure turned and disappeared back into the shadows. The tapping resumed, louder now, echoing like a heartbeat. I stood frozen, the weight of those words sinking deep. I had crossed a line. There was no going back. My phone buzzed again. Another message, we see you. There is no escape. Cold sweat prickled along my neck. The wall seemed to close in, the corridor stretching impossibly long ahead. I realized then that the city wasn't just shifting, it was trapping me. I had to find a way out. But somewhere in the back of my mind, a darker thought settled. What if I wasn't just trapped by the tunnels? What if I was trapped because someone wanted me gone? The tapping stopped. Silence returned. The city held its breath. I took a step forward. The next moment, a voice whispered, not from the figure, not from my phone, but from the very walls around me. Clear and sharp, like a warning etched into the bricks, the more you see, the less you remain. The words echoed in my skull, twisting my thoughts into knots. Was this a threat or a plea? I pressed my palm against the cold wall, searching for the source. The rough surface felt alive, pulsing faintly beneath my fingers. A shiver crawled up my spine as the realization settled. These tunnels weren't mere passages, they were sentient, watching, judging. I needed to move, to escape the labyrinth's grip before it claimed more than just my freedom. But every step forward felt heavier, as if the shadows themselves were reaching out to drag me back into the void. The whispering voice had vanished, but its words lingered in my head, hammering like a pulse. The more you see, the less you remain. I pressed my palm harder against the brick wall, feeling the cold grit bite into my skin. I was alone. Or so it seemed. The faint flicker of a dying fluorescent light overhead cast long, jittery shadows that stretched and warped with every heartbeat. I wanted to believe this was just my imagination running wild, but the city's silence pressed in on me, heavy, suffocating. I could almost taste the dust in the stale air, dry and metallic, like rust mixed with forgotten memories. That tapping noise from earlier, rhythmic, deliberate, had stopped, but I could swear it was waiting to start again. I took a breath, steadying myself. No use freezing here. I had to keep moving. The tunnels were shifting. They weren't just corridors anymore, they were traps, designed to confuse, to erase. Someone was pulling strings behind the scenes, and I was caught in their web. There was no turning back. I moved forward, my footsteps echoing sharply off the walls. The digital signs overhead flickered on and off, sputtering images that made no sense, a station name that didn't exist, a clock that spun backward, a face that dissolved into static before I could make out the details. I reached out, touching one of the screens. The glass was warm, unnervingly so, and the image warped beneath my fingers, bending like heat waves over pavement on a summer day. Then, words flashed, "Watch yourself. You're already fading." I jerked my hand away and stumbled back, heart pounding. Fading. Like the others. The missing faces. The thought clawed at me. Who were they? And why had they disappeared without a trace? I replayed every encounter, every person I tried to follow, but they were all gone now, erased from this city's fabric. Like ghosts that never existed. A sudden noise made me spin around. Footsteps. Soft but deliberate, coming from deeper in the tunnel. I froze, straining to listen. The sound stopped. Silence. Complete silence. "Hello?" I called out, voice cracking. "Is someone there?" No answer. Just the faint hum of the lights and the distant, muffled rumble of a train passing above ground. But something was wrong. The train sounded off. Slower, dragging, as if struggling to move. The rumble didn't fade. It grew louder, closer, but from the wrong direction. I swallowed hard and edged forward, heart thrumming like a warning drum. I had to find out who or what was behind this. The city was changing, folding in on itself, and whoever controlled these tunnels was playing a dangerous game. The passage opened into a small chamber, the walls lined with old-fashioned tiles cracked and stained. A single bench rested against one side, and I spotted a figure sitting there, hunched over, hands clasped tightly. The person didn't move when I stepped closer. The air smelled faintly of sweat and something else, something sharp and antiseptic. "Hey," I said, voice softer this time. "Are you okay?" The figure looked up slowly. A man. Mid-30s, with dark circles under his eyes and a face drawn tight with exhaustion. His gaze was hollow, distant. "You shouldn't be here," he whispered, voice rough and urgent. "They watch everything." "Who? Who's watching?" I asked, crouching down to meet his eyes. He shook his head, like he was trying to shake off a nightmare. Then he blinked rapidly and whispered, "They erase. They erase the ones who look too close." I swallowed hard, trying to keep my breathing steady. "Who are they?" "What do you mean?" The man's lips trembled. "The ones who control the tunnels. The ones who keep the city's secrets. They don't want witnesses. You're already marked." I blinked. Marked. The word settled over me, cold and heavy. "I don't understand." His hand shot out, gripping my wrist with surprising strength. "Listen, you have to leave. Go back before it's too late. Before you disappear like the others." I yanked my arm free, stepping back. "I can't just leave. I need to know what's happening." The man's eyes flashed with something close to desperation. "Then you're already lost." Suddenly, the lights flickered violently, plunging the chamber into near darkness. A low metallic scraping filled the air, like nails dragged across a blackboard. I stumbled backward, panic rising in my throat. "Go!" the man hissed, standing abruptly. "Run while you still can." I hesitated, torn between fleeing and pressing him for answers. But the scraping grew louder, closer. Something was coming. Something not human, but no less dangerous. I sprinted out of the chamber, adrenaline sharpening every sense. The walls seemed to close in, the air thickening with dust and dread. The digital signs overhead blinked frantically, flashing messages I couldn't decipher. Faces that weren't faces stared back at me, distorted, melting into static. I didn't stop running. Behind me, the scraping turned into a low, guttural growl that echoed through the tunnels. My lungs burned. My legs ached. But I had to keep moving. Every step felt like a fight against sinking sand. Then, the corridor split. Two paths. Left or right. My mind screamed for logic, but this place defied it. I glanced down both tunnels. One was darker, narrower, the other brighter but filled with the distant, unsettling murmur of voices. Voices. Faint, but unmistakable. I barely recognized the words, but they carried an edge of menace. You shouldn't have come. We're watching. Fade away. The walls themselves seemed to pulse with those words. I swallowed hard. There was no safe choice here. I chose right. The voices grew louder, more distinct. I could make out fragments of conversations, snippets of arguments, whispered warnings, cries for help. The tunnel twisted and turned, the floor uneven beneath my feet. My shoes scraped against something gritty and sharp. I looked down and saw shards of broken glass scattered across the floor, catching the flickering light like scattered stars. I winced, careful not to cut myself. The air grew colder, dampness clinging to my skin. I could taste the bitterness of fear in my mouth, metallic and sharp. A sudden metallic clang echoed behind me. I spun around, but nothing was there. Just shadows. My breath came in short bursts. I wanted to convince myself it was nothing, that I was imagining things. But deep down, I knew better. The tunnels were alive with something sinister. Not ghosts. Not monsters. People. Or what was left of them. And whoever was orchestrating this was watching me. The digital signs flickered again, this time spelling out a single word in harsh, red letters: leave. The subway was quieter than usual that night. The usual rumble of trains, the chatter of strangers, even the scrape of shoes against concrete, all of it was muted, like the city had held its breath for some unseen moment. I stood on the platform, staring at the digital sign overhead. The letters flickered in a way I hadn't noticed before, subtle enough that most people wouldn't catch it. But I caught it. They whispered warnings, or maybe just scrambled messages. I couldn't tell anymore. The words twisted into something urgent, fragile, like a secret being torn apart mid-sentence. I rubbed my face, the rough skin under my fingertips grounding me. It was the last night. I knew it. Whatever had been shifting underfoot, the tunnels, the city, my own mind, it had to stop. I wasn't going to disappear like the others. Not without understanding who was pulling the strings. The air smelled faintly of damp concrete and something metallic, like old pennies left to rust. It reminded me of the first time I noticed the shifts, how the air itself felt wrong, as if the city were holding its breath, waiting. I shivered, pulling my jacket tighter around me. Despite the chill, a bead of sweat traced down my temple. Anxiety? Maybe. Or just the weight of everything I'd seen. I looked down the tunnel. The lights were uneven, flickering in patterns that seemed deliberate. Digital signs flashed again, faster this time, almost frantic. Don't trust. The words blinked, then vanished. I swallowed hard. I'd come too far to turn back now. A voice echoed from the far end of the platform. Soft. Familiar. You shouldn't be here. I froze. My heart jerked. No one else was supposed to be on this platform at this hour. The echo came again, clearer, a man's voice. You don't belong. I scanned the darkness, the empty benches, the shadowy corners where the light bent strangely. Who's there? I called out. My voice sounded small, cracked. The only answer was a scraping sound, like fingernails on stone, distant but deliberate. I took a step forward, then another. The platform seemed to stretch beyond its usual limits, the edges blurring. The city had always been a labyrinth, but now it felt like a trap. The tunnels weren't just shifting, they were alive, reacting. I could almost feel the pulse beneath my feet. I thought of the missing passengers, the ones who vanished without a trace, swallowed whole by the city's underbelly. I'd followed their footsteps, their last known movements, peeling back layers of distortion and lies. And now I was closer than I'd ever been. A figure emerged from the shadows, stepping into a weak pool of light. He was slender, mid-30s, dressed like a commuter but with an intensity in his eyes that didn't belong. "You're looking for answers," he said, voice low, measured. "But some things are better left buried." I didn't flinch. "You're the one manipulating this place. I can feel it." "Why? What do you want?" He smiled, a thin, tight curve that didn't reach his eyes. "Control. Order. The city is chaos, and chaos is dangerous. People just get in the way." He gestured around vaguely, as if the tunnels themselves were his domain. "I'm keeping the city clean." My stomach nodded. This wasn't some supernatural force. It was human. Someone with a plan, a purpose so warped it twisted the very fabric of the subway. The missing weren't victims of some ghost story, they were casualties of a man who saw them as obstacles. I stepped closer, voice quieter but steadier. "You can't keep erasing people. It doesn't work. It never will." He laughed, a sound without warmth. "You think you understand? You don't. The tunnels respond to me because I understand the city's pulse. I'm the only one who can keep it alive." A sudden noise distracted me, a faint humming, mechanical and cold. The lights flickered violently. The platform trembled beneath my feet, a warning or a threat, I couldn't tell. My hands trembled, fingers curling into fists. I took a breath. Calm. Focus. I had to find a way out of this maze. "You're wrong," I said, voice breaking through the tension. "The city belongs to everyone. Not just you." He stepped back, eyes narrowing, but there was a flicker of doubt there. "You don't even know what you're fighting." "I know enough," I said. "Enough to stop this." For a moment, the platform was silent except for the distant screech of a train arriving. The man's face tightened, then he turned and disappeared into the tunnel's depths. I waited, heart still racing, until the train came to a stop. The doors slid open with a hiss. I climbed aboard, feeling the carriage tremble as it pulled away from the station. The digital signs inside the train flickered again, but this time the messages were clear. And this flashed across screens above the seats. I looked around at the few passengers, faces blurred, indistinct, but real enough. No whispers. No vanishing. For the first time in weeks, the subway felt normal. When I stepped off at my stop, the city was quiet but alive. The usual hum of life pulsed through the streets, the distant siren, the murmur of voices from open windows, the smell of rain on asphalt. The reality tunnels hadn't shifted. At least, not today. I walked home slowly, savoring the night air. The weight that had pressed on my chest was lifting, replaced by a cautious hope. I didn't know if the man was gone for good, or if the tunnels would shift again. But I had taken back some control. I had fought to reclaim the city from the distortions, from the erasure. At my apartment door, I paused, fingers lingering on the cool metal handle. The silence behind it was comforting, real. I thought about the people who had vanished, about the city's hidden fractures, about the fragile line between order and chaos. I thought about how close I'd come to being erased myself and how much it had changed me. Inside, I sank into my chair by the window, the city lights blinking in the distance like stars. The subway rumbled faintly beneath the streets, steady and predictable for once. I closed my eyes and let the quiet wash over me. Some nights, the city still whispered. But now, I was listening on my own terms. Story 6, Vanished Hours, The Missing Night Mystery. I woke up to the sound of rain tapping against my window. I usually woke up with a clear sense of the night before, but today was different. My mind felt scrambled, like a puzzle missing a few pieces. I glanced at the clock on my bedside table, 7:43. I must have gotten up hours ago, but I couldn't remember doing any of it. No vivid dreams, no restless tossing, just a blank space where the night should have been. I swung my legs over the side of the bed, feet touching the cold wooden floor. The room smelled faintly of old paper and the faintest trace of coffee from the mug I'd left on the desk yesterday. It was still half full, stale now, but the bitter scent was oddly reassuring. I rubbed my temples, trying to shake the fog. I had work today, at the little bookstore downtown, the one with the creaky floorboards and the dusty smell of forgotten stories. My routine was rigid. Wake up, shower, coffee, then the bus to work. Except now, something felt off. I could almost hear the silence in the gaps of my memory, like a ticking clock with missing hands. I shuffled to the bathroom, the tiles cold under my bare feet. The mirror was streaked with water spots, caught the dull light from the hallway. I stared at my reflection. The face was familiar, but the eyes looked tired in a way they never did before. Dark circles, maybe, or just shadows that stretched longer today. I blinked hard, trying to clear the weird disassociation. I splashed cold water on my face. The sharp shock brought a brief clarity, but as I stared again, the reflection almost seemed to twitch, like the corner of my mouth lifted for a second, then settled back. My breath caught. I shook my head. I was imagining things. On my way to the kitchen, I noticed the front door was slightly ajar. That was strange. I was sure I'd locked it last night. My hands trembled a bit as I pushed it closed, the latch clicking into place with a dull, final sound. The hallway was quiet except for the faint hum of the radiator. The air smelled faintly of mildew, probably from the old building's pipes. I brewed a fresh cup of coffee, the rich aroma filling the small room. I sat by the window, watching the wet streets gleam under the low-hanging clouds. People passed by with umbrellas, their footsteps muffled by the rain. The city felt subdued, like it was holding its breath. My phone buzzed on the counter. A message from my manager. "Can you cover the late shift tonight?" Something came up. I frowned. I hated late shifts. They shredded the little sleep I had left and made the mornings worse. But I didn't want to say no. So I typed back, "Sure, I can do that." I tried to focus on the day ahead, but the nagging sensation lingered like a shadow just out of sight. I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. Later, at work, the bookstore was exactly as I remembered, the scent of ink and old paper, shelves lined with well-thumbed novels and forgotten poetry collections. The soft creak of the wooden floor beneath my feet was oddly comforting. I ran my hand along that dusty spine, the texture rough and reassuringly real. Still, every time I looked at the clock, I felt the same dissonance, the hours slipping away, but nothing to anchor them. I caught myself staring out the window more than usual, watching the streetlights flicker on as dusk settled. The city's usual hum felt muted, as if the world was sinking into itself. On my break, I checked the security camera feed on the manager's tablet, an old habit, just to make sure nothing was amiss. The grainy black and white images showed the shop's entrance, the quiet street beyond, and the occasional passerby. Nothing unusual, until the camera angle shifted to the alley beside the building. There. A shadow moved. Not like a person walking, but sliding, dragging. It was hard to tell from the poor resolution, but it looked like someone was pulling another figure toward the dark end of the alley. I blinked, leaned closer. The second figure was me. My breath hitched. I frowned, rubbing my eyes. That couldn't be right. I rewound the footage and watched again. There it was, the indistinct shadowy figure tugging at me, my body limp and unresisting. The timestamp showed it was from just last night, during the hours I couldn't account for. I shut the tablet with a snap, my hands clammy. No, 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 I muttered, voice barely a whisper. The shop was empty except for the ticking clock and the faint rustle of pages somewhere down the aisle. I thought about calling the police, but then the practical part of me took over. Who would believe me? Who could explain a security tape showing me being dragged somewhere I didn't remember going? It sounded mad. Instead, I decided to check the alley myself after closing. Maybe I'd find something, a clue, a scrap of evidence. I told myself it was just my imagination running wild. But deep down, I knew I had to find out what was happening during those missing hours. The rain had stopped by the time I locked up the bookstore. The street was slick and shiny, reflecting the neon signs and street lamps in fractured pools of light. The air smelled colder now, with a sharpness that stunned my lungs when I breathed in. I hesitated at the alley entrance, a narrow gap between two brick buildings. The smell was mustier here, like damp earth and something decayed. The shadows were thick, swallowing the weak glow of a single flickering bulb overhead. I stepped inside. The uneven pavement crunched beneath my shoes, bits of broken glass crunching alongside. My skin prickled. The silence pressed in on me, broken only by distant traffic and the faint drip of water somewhere deep in the darkness. Then I saw it. The rusted metal hatch set into the wall, half hidden behind a pile of discarded cardboard boxes. I crouched down, fingers brushing the rough edge. It was cold, heavy, solid. A sudden noise made me spin around, a rat scuttling away into the shadows. My heart hammered so loud I was sure it would echo off the brick walls. I swallowed hard, forcing myself to stay calm. I didn't know what I was looking for exactly, but something told me this tunnel, this forgotten place beneath the city, was connected to those missing hours. The place where time seemed to stop. I stood up, the weight of the night pressing down on me. The shadows whispered secrets I couldn't yet understand. And I wasn't sure I wanted to. The next morning, the dull ache between my shoulder blades reminded me I hadn't slept well, if at all. The apartment was quiet except for the hum of the old refrigerator and the distant rattle of a garbage truck scraping along the curb. I sat at the kitchen table, the soft morning light catching dust motes suspended in the air. Coffee was brewing, filling the room, with its faint smell of dust and decay with its familiar bitter warmth. I needed clarity, a plan. I pulled out my laptop and opened the folder where I'd saved the surveillance footage from the security cameras near my building. The grainy black and white video showed nothing unusual at first, just pedestrians, a stray dog sniffing around a fire hydrant, a cyclist weaving through traffic. Then, a shadow moved. There I was. At first, the figure looked like a trick of the light. A fake silhouette, taller than me, moving with an unnatural ease. The moment the figure appeared behind me, the footage snapped into a blur for a few seconds. Then I was being dragged, half resistant, toward the entrance of the subway tunnel. I paused the video, my hand trembling as I zoomed in. The figure's face was obscured by a hood, but I caught a glimpse of a deliberate, slow grip on my arm. Not a fight, exactly. More like a quiet assertion of control. I leaned back, eyes stinging, breath shallow. Who was this person? And why did they want me in that abandoned tunnel where time seemed to stop? I glanced at the clock. I'd lost nearly 4 hours last night, the same 4 I couldn't recall from the previous mornings. The gaps in my memory weren't just random now, they were intentional, orchestrated. I was the target of something or someone. My phone buzzed. A message from Mia, my closest friend since college. She usually didn't check in this early. Hey, you okay? You look terrible in that video. What's going on? I hesitated before texting back. Not sure. Something's happening. I need to figure it out. She replied almost immediately. Want me to swing by? We can talk. I welcomed the idea of company. The isolation was starting to feel like a trap. When Mia arrived, her presence was a welcome anchor. She didn't ask too many questions at first, just offered coffee and a steadying smile. But when I played the video, her face paled. That's not just random, is it? She said, voice low. Someone's messing with you. I don't know if it's random, I admitted. But I'm starting to think I'm being watched. Or worse, followed. We sat in silence for a moment, the weight of the footage settling between us like a lead blanket. I want to check out that tunnel, I said finally, the words tasting bitter. I need to know what's there. Mia shook her head. It's dangerous. You've already been dragged in once. What if they're waiting? I can't just sit here and do nothing, I said. Not when I'm losing hours of my life. I need to find out who they are and why. She sighed, running her fingers through her hair. Okay. But we do it together. And we plan it properly. We spent the next few hours gathering information. I scrolled through old news articles about the subway line, reports of occasional trespassing, a few arrests, but nothing that explained the shadowy figure or the strange sense of time distortion I'd experienced. Mia made calls to friends who worked in the city's transit department, trying to find out if maintenance crews had been in the tunnels recently. No one had. The more we dug, the more the tunnel seemed like a forgotten pocket of the city, erased from public view and official oversight. Yet the security footage proved someone was there, and they were waiting for me. As evening fell, the apartment grew colder. The stale smell of damp plaster crept in through the cracked window. I couldn't shake the feeling that whatever was lurking beneath the city was watching us even now. Mia noticed it too. You're on edge, she said, folding her arms. I don't blame you. Something about that place gets under your skin, I muttered. Like it's alive in a way that doesn't make sense. Maybe it's just people, she said. People who don't want to be found. That thought sent a chill down my spine. The idea of a person or a group using the tunnels to isolate and control someone made me feel exposed, vulnerable in a way I hadn't allowed myself to admit. We agreed to return to the tunnel, better prepared. This time, with flashlights, walkie-talkies, and a small first aid kit. Mia insisted on bringing her phone fully charged and a portable charger. I packed a bottle of water and a handful of granola bars. Before we left, I checked the security footage again. The shadowy figure appeared several times, always near the tunnel entrance, patient and unhurried. The more I watched, the more I realized the figure wasn't just dragging me randomly. They seemed to know exactly when and where to appear, as if they were waiting for something or someone. We arrived at the site just after dusk. The city's evening noises faded behind us as we stepped onto the cracked pavement near the tunnel entrance. The flickering bulb from the previous night still hung overhead, its weak light casting long, jittery shadows. I felt my pulse quicken. The smell of damp concrete and rust was stronger now, mingled with the faint, sharp tang of something metallic. Mia's voice broke the silence. Ready? I nodded, swallowing hard. The hatch was just a few feet away, half buried under the same pile of cardboard and debris. I reached out, fingers brushing the cold, rough metal again. The weight of it was a physical thing, grounding me even as my mind raced. Together, we lifted the hatch, the creak echoing in the tunnel mouth like a warning. Darkness. Deeper than before. Mia clicked on her flashlight. The beam cut through the black, revealing wet tracks on the floor, smeared and fresh. I bent down, touching the slick surface. It felt sticky, Not just water, but something thicker, maybe oil, maybe something else. Unease coiled in my stomach. Whoever had been here recently wasn't just passing through. We moved into the tunnel, our footsteps muffled by the thick layer of dust and grime. The air was colder now, heavier, like the walls themselves were pressing in. The sound of water dripping echoed, irregular and distant. Then, from somewhere ahead, a faint noise, footsteps. A whisper. I wasn't sure. Did you hear that? I whispered. Mia nodded, her breath visible in the chill. We're not alone. We stopped, listening. The silence that followed was worse than any noise. It was the kind of silence that screamed. Suddenly, the beam of Mia's flashlight caught something on the wall, a series of scratched marks, jagged and erratic, like someone had tried to leave a message in the dark. I crouched down, tracing the lines with a finger. They looked like letters, but half of them were smudged, impossible to decipher. Looks like a warning, I said, voice barely above a breath. Mia shivered. Or a threat. We exchanged a look, the gravity of the situation settling in like a stone in my gut. The tunnels weren't just empty spaces. They were traps, waiting for us to make a wrong step. Before I could say anything else, a sudden flash of movement darted just beyond the reach of our lights, a shadow slipping between pillars, disappearing deeper into the black. My hands clenched into fists. I wanted to call out, to chase, but something held me back. The cold, the silence, the weight of unknown eyes watching. We need to get out, Mia said firmly, pulling me back. I nodded, heart pounding, every nerve screaming. We retraced our steps quickly, the oppressive darkness closing in behind us like a living thing. When we finally emerged into the night air, the city felt impossibly loud, harsh even. The distant blare of sirens, the rumble. We stood frozen beneath the flickering light, the stale air wrapping around us like a wet blanket. The drip from somewhere deep within the tunnel had started again, irregular and slow, sounding almost deliberate. I swallowed hard, tasting the metallic tang of my own fear mixed with the dust and dampness. Mia's flashlight beam swept ahead, catching the slick floor smeared with that sticky substance. I crouched, fingers brushing over the dark streak. It wasn't just oil or water. Something else. Something thicker. I wanted to say blood, but the smell didn't match. There was no coppery sharpness in the air, cold and heavy with silence. Instead, it smelled faintly of decay and rust, like the tunnel itself was rotting from the inside out. We should keep moving, Mia whispered, voice barely more than breath. Her words sounded reasonable, but my legs wouldn't cooperate. Instead, I found myself staring down the tunnel, into a blackness that felt like a mouth ready to swallow us whole. How had I ended up here again? I thought back to the footage I'd watched earlier, the shadowy figure dragging me into this exact spot, the way the air had stillness like a pause button pressed on the world. That footage haunted me. I replayed it over and over, frame by frame, searching for clues. The figure was always just out of clear sight, a silhouette with no features, pulling me by the arm. But this time, standing here, I realized something I hadn't before. Those hours I lost weren't just gaps in memory. They were moments where I was taken somewhere else entirely, somewhere with a different set of rules. I glanced at Mia. Her face was pale, eyes sharp with alertness. She tapped her phone, switching to the flashlight app, adjusting the brightness. We're past the entrance now, she said. The tunnel goes on for miles, but the maps show a dead end somewhere around here. I nodded, trying to steady my breathing. Do you think whoever's here is waiting for us? She hesitated. Maybe. Or maybe they want us to find them. The idea made my skin crawl. What kind of person, no, what kind of thing wanted to be found in a place like this? My mind tried to piece it together, but the fragments refused to align. I felt like I was chasing shadows within shadows. A sudden noise cut through the silence, a low scraping, like something being dragged over concrete. We froze, eyes locked. The sound was too deliberate to be an accident. "Did you hear that?" I whispered. Mia nodded, flashlight beam darting left and right. The beam caught on a faint outline, a figure crouched near the far wall. It moved with slow, unnatural grace, too steady for a stray animal, too deliberate for a random passerby. "Hey!" Mia called out, voice steady but firm. "We're not here to cause trouble." The figure didn't respond. Instead, it stood, stepping into the light just enough to catch a glimpse. A man. Thin, maybe late 30s, with hollow eyes that darted nervously between us and the dark passage behind him. His clothes were dirty, stained, and torn in places. "Who are you?" I asked, voice cracking despite myself. He didn't answer. Instead, he lifted a hand, palm out, as if signaling for us to stop. His eyes flicked down to the wet floor, then back at us. "You don't belong here," he said, voice low and ragged. "We don't want any trouble," Mia said, taking a cautious step forward. "We're just trying to understand what's going on." He laughed, a dry, humorless sound that echoed oddly in the tunnel. "Understanding? You think there's anything to understand down here?" I felt a shiver run through me, the cold biting deeper now. "What do you mean?" He glanced back toward the darker tunnel, then at us again. "This place. It's a trap. People come in, looking for answers. It grabs them. Holds them. Time," he shook his head, eyes wild now, "it stops. Or worse, it goes backward. Forward. You lose yourself." Mia frowned. "That doesn't make any sense." I wanted to agree, but the way he said it, the look on his face, told me he meant every word. "What's your name?" I asked. "Call me Sam," he said, his voice suddenly weary. "Sam, why are you here?" I pressed. He hesitated, then sighed, shoulders slumping. "Because I'm stuck. Like you soon will be. You can't just walk away from this place once you step in." The weight of his words settled over me like a stone. I wanted to argue, to say we could leave any time we wanted, but the truth was, I wasn't sure anymore. Mia's phone vibrated sharply in her hand. She glanced down, then back at me. "It's from your place." The security system alerted me again. Someone's messing with the cameras. My stomach dropped. "Show me." She tapped the screen, pulling up the live feed. The grainy black and white image showed my apartment hallway. At first, nothing seemed out of place. Then the figure appeared, same shadowy shape from the footage, sliding past the camera with unnatural speed. It paused, turned its head toward the lens, and I swear I saw it smile. "No," I whispered, backing away from the phone. "They're inside. Watching." Sam's eyes darkened. "You're already too deep. They don't just want to drag you here. They want to own your time, your mind." "Who?" "What?" I demanded, heart hammering. He shook his head, stepping closer. "People. Or what's left of them. They've been here before, caught in the same trap, and now they're hunting for more." Mia's flashlight flickered, then died. Shadows clung to the corners of the room as dawn struggled to break through the heavy, oppressive silence. A breath caught in my throat. I fumbled for my phone, but the screen was dead too. "Great," Mia muttered, voice tight. No signal, no light. Silence. Complete silence. Then, from the blackness ahead, came a slow, deliberate tapping. Tap. 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 No footsteps. Not really. Just tapping. Like a countdown. I swallowed again, muscles tense, mind racing. If I moved, would the tapping stop or get louder? If I stayed still, would they find us, or worse, would we lose ourselves first? Sam's voice broke the silence, barely above a whisper. There's no turning back now. I blinked, heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. The tunnel seemed to shift around us, the air thickening like a curtain closing. We have to keep moving, I said, voice steadier than I felt. Mia nodded, pulling out her lighter and flicking the tiny flame to life. It offered a fragile glow, nothing compared to the flashlight. One step, then another. The tapping followed. Closer, closer, and then the ground beneath me shifted. A sudden slip. My hand shot out, scraping against rough plaster. I caught myself, breath caught in my chest. We're not alone, I said, voice trembling. Mia's lighter flickered again, then went out. Darkness. Total darkness. I could hear breathing now. Not mine. Not Mia's. Something was here. Waiting. Watching. And time was no longer on my side. The instant the flashlight died, the room, with its faint smell of dust and decay, plunged into a heavy blackness that felt like it was pressing down on my chest. Mia cursed under her breath. I fumbled in my belt for my phone, but the screen was useless in this far corner of the building. No signal, no light, just a dead glow. Sam's breathing was harsh beside me, shallow and rapid. The silence was fractured only by the distant hum of the city, muffled through cracked windows and thick walls. We can't stay here, he said, voice low, urgent. They know we're watching now. They're not going to wait. His gaze swept the room, sharp and restless. I nodded, swallowing hard. The shadow, the thing I'd seen in the footage, the one that slipped past the cameras and smiled like it knew me, was no longer just a ghost in grainy pixels. It was real, and it was close. Mia fumbled in her backpack and pulled out a small LED keychain light, flicking it on. It cast a weak circle of yellowish light on the peeling plaster walls and the cracked linoleum floor. We have to move, and fast. Whatever this is, it's not just stalking you, it's hunting. My hands trembled, fingers curling into fists. I rubbed my palms on my jeans, trying to push down the cold that had started to creep up my spine. Then what? Where'd we go? Back to the subway tunnels? That place felt like a trap. I could still smell the damp earth and rusted metal, taste the stale air thick with something sour, like rot and old sweat. Sam shook his head. No! That place isn't just a trap. It's a cage. We need to understand it, learn its edges before it closes in. I say we go back, by our terms. I hated the idea, but what choice did I have? The missing hours, the dragging, the time slipping away, it all led back there. I swallowed the lump in my throat and tried to steady my breath. Okay, I said finally, voice rough. Let's go. But we stick together. No more wandering off. Mia nodded, stepping close. Agreed. And this time, we keep the phones on us. Cameras too. Even if the signal's crap, we record everything. We slipped out of the apartment, the door clicking softly behind us, swallowed by the night like we were ghosts ourselves. The street was quiet, the kind of quiet that makes you listen too hard. A dog barked somewhere far off, sharp and lonely. The air was colder now, sharper, filled with that unmistakable urban tank garbage, exhaust, wet concrete. I pulled my jacket tighter, the fabric rough against my skin. The subway entrance yawned ahead, a dark mouth edged in flickering neon that buzzed in and out like a heartbeat. The steps were slick with grime, and the echo of our footsteps sounded hollow, as if swallowed by the tunnel itself. I kept my eyes fixed on the shadows just beyond the reach of our lights. I wanted to tell myself it was just paranoia, but the hairs on my arms stood up like tiny sentinels warning me to run. "Do you think they're here?" Mia whispered, voice barely audible. "Maybe," Sam replied, scanning the dark. "Or maybe they want us to think they are." We descended, step by step, into the cold belly of the city's forgotten veins. The air shifted, growing thicker, with a faint metallic tang, like blood or rusted iron. I swallowed, tasting it on my tongue. The tunnel stretched ahead, a long, narrow corridor of crumbling bricks and peeling paint. The smell of damp plaster, mold, and something else, something sharp and acidic, clung to the air. It was suffocating. My chest tightened. I tried to keep track of time, but the minutes lost shape, folding into one another. The deeper we went, the heavier everything felt. Sound warped. Our voices bounced back distorted, like echoes trapped in a cave. The flashlight beams danced, slicing through the black to reveal twisted graffiti and broken tiles. Then, without warning, the air shifted. A cold pulse, like a sudden drop in pressure. I froze, the light trembling in my hand. Sam and Mia were silent too, their breaths shallow and fast. Something moved. I caught it from the corner of my eye, a shadow slipping behind a pillar, a flicker of movement that didn't belong. The hairs on my neck prickled. My heart slammed in my chest, loud enough it seemed to fill the tunnel. "Stop," I hissed. "Did you see that?" Mia nodded, shining her light toward the shape. The beam caught a flash of fabric, dark and quick, vanishing into a side corridor. "Stay close," Sam said, stepping forward carefully. I followed, pulse hammering against my ribs like a trapped animal. The tunnel narrowed here, the walls closing in, dripping moisture staining the bricks. The smell was stronger, sour, like sweat and something metallic. We turned a corner and stopped dead. There, etched crudely into the wall, were words scratched deep into the plaster. "Time keeps and no promises. You're next." I swallowed hard, the taste of bile rising. The message wasn't new, but now it felt like a warning carved by someone desperate or cruel. "We're not alone down here," Mia whispered, voice trembling. "Who else would be? What do they want?" I asked, eyes darting. Sam shook his head, voice tight. "I don't know. But whoever it is, they've been watching you for a long time." The morning light slanted through my window, dust motes drifting lazily in the air, and I woke with the usual gnawing sensation, the hours I'd lost, slipping like water through clenched fists. I sat up slowly, feeling the weight of exhaustion that never truly left me, like some invisible pendulum swinging just out of reach. My hands trembled as I reached for the laptop on the bedside table, my fingers brushing against the cold metal. The security footage was still there, waiting, a thread I had to follow. I pressed play. The screen flickered to life, the grainy black and white image of the subway entrance filling the frame. It was the same scene I'd watched every day for a week now, the shadowy figure emerging from the darkness and pulling me toward the abandoned tunnel. But today, I noticed something new, a second figure, barely visible, lurking just beyond the entrance, watching. I rewound and paused, squinting at the grain. The figure was smaller, crouched low like a cat stalking prey. A chill ran down my spine. I leaned closer, the stale smell of the apartment mixing with the faint scent of cold coffee from the cup I'd left on the table last night. The buzzing hum of the fluorescent light overhead was the only sound, steady and unrelenting. I wanted to scream, to run, but my body stayed frozen, caught in the same trap as my memory. The missing hours. The shadowy figure. The tunnel where time seemed to stop. I had to confront it. I had to understand. Later that afternoon, I found myself standing at the entrance of the old subway station, the air thick with damp concrete and rust. The city's noise felt miles away, muffled by the heavy metal doors that groaned as I pushed them open. The scent of mildew and decay hit me like a wave, and I coughed, the sound echoing off the narrow walls. My heart hammered, but I forced myself forward, the beam of my flashlight cutting through the black. The tunnel stretched ahead, a yawning mouth swallowing all light and sound. I stepped inside, the ground uneven beneath my feet, littered with shards of glass and crumbled plaster. My breathing was loud, ragged, the only proof I was still here, still moving. I thought about turning back, about the safety of sunlight and the warmth of my apartment, but something deeper compelled me to press on. Halfway down, the light flickered and died. Darkness pressed in, thick and suffocating. I swallowed hard, the taste of iron sharp on my tongue. Then footsteps. Soft, deliberate, echoing just beyond my vision. I spun around, flashlight trembling in my grip, but no one was there. Silence. Complete silence. A cold sweat broke out on my forehead. My pulse thundered in my ears. I told myself it was just the city playing tricks, the echo bouncing off walls, the imagination running wild after days of sleep lost to blackness. But I knew better. I'd been dragged here before. I wasn't alone. I moved forward, slower now, senses straining. The air grew colder, damper. I brushed my hand along the wall, rough and pocked with peeling paint. Then I heard it, a whisper, barely audible, like breath on the back of my neck. I froze, every muscle tight. The voice was low, calm, but unmistakably human. "You came back," it said. I swallowed. "Who are you?" No answer. Just the shifting darkness around me. I stepped back, heart racing. The shadowy figure from the footage materialized at the edge of the beam, tall, thin, face obscured by a hood. Not a monster, but something far worse, a person. A person who had been watching me, controlling this nightmare. "Why?" I asked, voice cracking. The figure hesitated, then spoke. "To remind you." Remind me of what? The silence stretched, unbearable. Then, a slow, deliberate voice. "You forgot something important. Something you tried to bury." I shook my head, confusion and fear tangled together. "I don't understand. You lost time because you needed to forget. But you can't run from it." The figure stepped closer, the light catching a glimpse of tired eyes, haunted and sharp. "That tunnel, it's not magic. It's a place where you confront what you hide." A memory surged, jagged and painful. The accident. The child. The promise I broke. The guilt I buried deep enough to erase from my mind. The shadowy figure, no, the man watched me quietly, waiting. "I'm sorry," I whispered, voice barely audible. "I didn't want to remember." He nodded slowly. "That's why you were taken. Why you woke with blanks in your mind. Because your mind tried to protect you." I looked around the tunnel, the walls closing in like the past itself. The stillness, the absence of time, it wasn't supernatural. It was a prison of memory, a forced reckoning. "Then what now?" I asked, voice trembling. "Now," he said, "you face it. You stop running." For the first time, I saw his face clearly, lines carved by years of pain and regret. Not a captor, but a mirror. A warning. I nodded. The weight on my chest lifted slightly, replaced by something sharper, resolve. I left the tunnel that day with the morning sun warm on my skin, the city noisy and alive around me. The hours I lost didn't disappear, but they changed. No longer empty voids, they became fragments of truth, pieces I could gather and hold. I started writing again, journaling the memories as they bled back, raw and unfiltered. I talked to people, professionals, old friends, strangers who listened without judgment. The shadow in the subway wasn't a ghost, it was the past demanding its due. And I was ready. The days that followed were quieter, the emptiness inside me slowly filling with understanding. My hands stopped trembling as much. The taste of iron faded. I slept more, though sometimes the tunnel called to me in dreams dark and silent, where time was still. But I was no longer afraid, because I had faced the shadow, and I had found my way back. The subway entrance is sealed now, boarded up for good. The city forgot it, like I had tried to forget myself. But I remember. Every morning, I wake whole even if the past still whispers at the edges. It's no longer a trap. It's a reminder that survival isn't about forgetting. It's about standing in the dark and choosing to move forward anyway. And that's what I did. The tunnel lies beneath the city's feet, silent and still, a place where the lost go to find themselves. I'm not lost anymore,